Council, we will call the City Council fiscal year 2026 budget workshop to order. First item is roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Here.
Councilman Taylor.
Here.
Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilman Whitlock.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
we adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. So we will move on to the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget discussion. And I will turn this over to Ricardo.
Welcome and thank you all for being here today.
Sorry, Todd was looking like he wanted you to share the screen, I think.
Apologize for that. Again, welcome and thank you for all being here today. Here's today's agenda. We'll go over our budget assumptions, budget overview, departments, budget request, and any questions and discussions. Today's expectations and objectives, you will hear presentation from department staff throughout today's session. We encourage you to actively engage and ask questions related to the fiscal year 26 budget. Our subject matter experts are here available in this room to provide any insight or any clarity to your questions. Please feel free to interact with department staff, directors, and fellow participants at any point during the workshop. If any topics arise during the presentation that require more in-depth discussions, we'll put them in our parking lot item list and we'll revisit at the end of the presentations when they're all completed. For any questions that require additional research or follow-up, we will compile them and share the responses with you after the workshop. Lastly, please note that the order in which departments present is according to the budget request in the budget book, not by priority of the request. Since we've created the budget book, there's been some changes, and this is some house cleaning. So some base budget changes, the building division software expense increased by $6,638 due to Project Docs SaaS migration. Personnel expenses decreased by $380,584 due to removal of 4 positions. City Hall lease expense increased by $5,712 due to the Union Pacific Railroad land lease. ICRIM premium renewal estimate came back at $68,455 lower than proposed budget. And budget request for the aeration basin 9 and 10 was reduced from 6.4 million to 3.9 due to fiscal year 25 budget amendment. Also, there was a last minute change on our presenting agenda. Chief has to be out on a commitment, so we moved him after parks and we moved fires and parks to come a little bit earlier. Now talking about our budget assumptions, we'll touch property taxes, city revenues, and other expenditures. Our budgetary assumptions are the proposed budget is taking the 3% of the 3% allowable. This equates to 1.521805, so 1,521,805, which equates to 48 cents per month or $5.76 annually for every 100,000 of taxable value. All new construction value is 1,394,572. All new annexation came to 36,031. The projected tax levy rate is 0.0020489304, which is an increase by 78%. Our current levy rate is 0.00203304. The property tax levy rate has increased and has an inverse relation with property tax value. As property values decrease, the property tax levy will increase, and in this case, this is why our proposed levy rate went up. When the property value increase is the inverse, so our levy rate would decrease. There's more information on page 37 and 39. Our budgetary assumptions, water sewer sales went up by 2.45%. Our development revenue went down by 21.25%. Our sales tax revenue went up by 1.47%, and our liquor revenue went down by 10.51%. In addition to our budget, we're requesting 3 new positions. The 3 positions are on the enterprise fund. We have 1 for water, which would be a water operator 3, and we have 2 for wastewater. 1 position would be a wastewater operator 3, and 1 would be a wastewater mechanic 2. Now we'll go over budget overview for total city budget, then we'll go general fund, and then enterprise fund. For the total city budget for total revenue, we can see there's a decrease of 14.8 million or 9% compared to current year fiscal year 25 budget. The top 5 revenue contributing factors are intergovernmental, had a decrease of 12.5 million. This is embedded with various grant revenues that are in fiscal year 25, but not carry forward to fiscal year 26 yet. Some of the items that are within the grants is ARPA money, which is 11.1 million. We have CDBG at 595,000 and rail with trails at 473,000. Other items contributing factors, we have assessment revenue, which decreased by 2.3 million. We have impact fees that also decreased by 2.6 million. Licenses and permits decreased 1.7 million. Taxes had an increase of 2.2 million. The detailed revenue projections and approach can be found on our budget book on page 36. Now we'll go to total city budget expenditures. The total city expenditures decreased 87.3 million or 33% compared to our current year fiscal year 25 budget. Major projects in fiscal year 25 that are not included in the proposed 26 budget is the tertiary filter expansion for 29 million, lift station construction for 14.8 million, Aeration Basin 9 and 10, 13 million, and Vergas grant projects, 12.9 million, which part of it is ARPA, 11.1 million, CDBG 790,000, rail with trails 474,000. We also had a land acquisition of 4.5 million. Now, general fund budget total expenditures, major budget request within the general fund for this year would be design fees for the police training station, phase 3. We have fire station remodels, fire safety center at the Meridian Community Center. We have the Meridian Community Center and Settlers Park expansion construction. Now for enterprise, major budget requests within the enterprise fund proposed are a tertiary filter expansion, Canada lift station, the aeration basin out of the wastewater, water and sewer main extension adjustments, and well 24 water treatment. With that, we stand for any questions that you guys might have.
Thank you, Ricardo. Council, any questions for staff at this time? Okay, well, then I will move on. For those that were able to catch the state of the city, you already heard me kind of outline the budget, but I just want to start off by saying thank you to everybody for where we are today. You know, starts with all the councils and sitting down with all the departments in February. And I know it starts way before that as well, as we work on putting together the base. But we've done a lot over the last several years to try to shrink the base to our actual needs. Same focus on trend spending where we can, adjusting to no numbers where we can anticipate those changes. And in some times saying, we're just going to leave it where it is because that's what we're going to live with throughout this budget. All in all, we've continued to see our spend to budget decrease. And I think that that's showcasing that the base budget part of this is really getting down to what we can believe is a number that allows our departments to do the work that they need to do. It also doesn't grow our budget more than it needs to in these ways. It allows us to have the funds to meet a lot of our other more costly things that we've had to experience, such as our personnel. And I think that that's what this budget does. It keeps our employees at the forefront. And that starts with also the work that we do on the base. Because if they don't have the money to do the work, it doesn't matter what the employees are. So it's a good balance and mix in that context. Really though, I think it's a pretty lean budget through and through, and you'll even see that as our departments go through and talk about their requests for this upcoming year. It's like I said, there's no new personnel in the general fund that are being proposed at this point in time. The positions that were removed from community development, they were already not planned to be filled at this point in time. But in an effort to just kind of truth up where things are, and as I shared with the director, that if the numbers change, I'll be the first one back here helping advocate for that need if the needs are there, because we're not trying to not give them the tools they need to do their job. We're just putting in the budget where we know we are or anticipate being for the rest of this year. But if things change that by next spring, well, who knows? We could be back here before the budget having a conversation about any of those needs. So let's enjoy the information presented, ask good questions as needed, take as much time or as little time as needed to move this forward so that we can have the budget in a place where we feel like we know what we're going to take to the citizens later this year. And with that, I'll pause for any additional comments or questions from council at this point in time.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I did just want to compliment Director Freckleton, Bruce, on removing the 4 positions from the budget. I know that was a difficult decision. And they were unfilled for a reason, and I think we could give you that flexibility back, hopefully if things really pick up. But I just think you're doing the right thing in terms of where we're at, and just wanted to compliment you for making that hard decision. Thanks.
All right, then with that, we will move on to budget process overview, property tax revenue.
We're going to be presenting enterprise budget request, Lorelei.
Okay, then we'll just move right on to that one.
All right, good morning, Mayor and Council. Should be pretty quick through the enterprise fund. We have 4 requests from our water group and 12 in our wastewater group, but we'll start first with water. Sorry. So our first request is for our arc flash study, and you will see the companion request to this on the wastewater side. So it's split in half, but this is a study that we do every 5 years. It's a critical safety item. Essentially, we hire a electrical engineer to review all of our electrical panels and essentially verify and calculate the arc flash information. And what it does is it puts a sticker on the outside of the panel that tells the staff what kind of PPE and what kind of safety precautions they need to take when they get into those panels. So that is our first request. Our next request is for a water operator FTE and associated vehicle. So as you guys know, the city grows, we add meters, hydrants, valves, lines. This position will primarily be assigned to our meter services group. That group installs and all of the new city water meters and replaces the existing city water meters. We have about 47,000 meters in the system now. And our meters have a approximately 20-year lifespan. So we replace a portion of those every year.
I'm sorry, Lorelei, let me just jump in real quick. Apologies. For the council, on your slides, you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, the page number that is referencing your budget book for following. I apologize to interrupt us. We'll make sure that they can follow you. But the page numbers are located in the bottom right-hand section of the slide presented on the screen if you wish to follow in your budget book. Apologize.
All right, our next request, this is one that you guys see every year. This is, and you'll see a companion one on the wastewater side, but this is for our annual ongoing projects to strategically extend and adjust water and sewer mains in coordination with planned roadway work. So this is when ACHD or ITD is already planning to extend or expand or widen a roadway. And with us going in and doing line upgrades, it can save almost 50% of the project cost to do it in conjunction with them, since we don't have to do roadway restoration and paving. Plus, it only shuts the road down one time, which helps with inconvenience to the public. So this year, notable projects include Eagle Road, work with the Linda Road overpass, Black Cat, U-Stick, Victory, and an additional city project to add additional looping on Northeast 2nd and a Half Street to improve fire flow. And our final request on the water side is for the final year for well 24 water treatment. So well 24 is in zone 2 near Linda and U-Stick. This will have 11 sites complete when we complete this one. And essentially what these do is remove iron and manganese, which are naturally occurring minerals, and can create brown water when we add chlorine. So we've had really great success with installing these, and our complaint calls are down significantly. So this has been a really great project and one of our final ones to complete. So with that, that is all the water requests. I don't know if there's any questions before we move to wastewater.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor Borline, thank you so much for presentation. Just out of curiosity, what percentage of the meters have we replaced?
Oh.
Where are we in that process?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. I can get it for you, but we have a 20-year replacement plan. So I think they replace about 4,000 meters every year to keep us on that replacement plan. And what actually happens with the meters is the battery components on the meters fail with the transmitters that transmit the data and some of the internal components. So I think they replace about 4,000 every year, but I can get you the exact numbers.
Follow up, just
Councilwoman,
do we still have meters that people have to go read, or have we completely replaced those?
Those are all replaced. We now have all remote read. We still have some that we have to drive by, and hopefully those over time will become the ones that read just off the towers.
Thank you.
all right, thank you, Mary.
Okay, we'll jump over to wastewater. So this is the companion other portion of the arc flash study. And then our next request is for a mechanic 2. You'll see as we present some of the budget request items, but we're adding some pretty advanced and significant new projects at the wastewater plant, including tertiary filtration, aeration basins, and the biosolids dryer. And so as we do that, we need to add both operations and maintenance staff. So this group covers the wastewater facility 7 days a week, and it's both significant cost savings and downtime savings when we have this crew that can repair and replace the items at the plant. So we feel like this position is critical to maintain plant operations for both all of these new projects, but also permit compliance. And we also have, similar to the mechanic side, we need operators to operate this equipment. So this is a request to hire a full-time wastewater operator. Like I mentioned, we have those really big new pieces of equipment coming online, and then our stringent 2027 permit limits will require advanced 24/7 operation. So this FTE helps us move towards having 2 staff on duty at all times, which significantly improves safety and then operational redundancy. We don't have that today. Currently, we only have 13 operators that are spread out to cover 24 hours, 7 days a week. So our next request is for the final year of the Canada Lift Station project. So this request is for 4.8 million, but this total project is a little over 26 million. This project will allow growth in one of the city's priority growth areas by installing a lift station and several miles of gravity line and pressure sewer mains. So this project is currently under construction. This request is for a planned pump upgrade to increase the capacity of the Oaks lift station. So when we build some of these larger lift stations, we know that there's going to be additional growth, and we build them so that you can just change out the pump in the lift station for a larger pump that will gain you additional capacity. So this one is actually a net zero cost to the city, as it was done with a reimbursement agreement with Owyhee High School. So we have to show a cost here, but there's also offsetting revenue in the budget. This is the companion request to the water line extension. So the sewer portions when ACHD or ITD open up the roadways. And this one is for another planned pump upgrade. This one is at South Black Cat. So similar to the Oaks lift station, again, just increasing the pump size to gain additional capacity. And this is the final request for the tertiary filtration project. So this is a project that is required under our permit and required to be in place prior to the 2027 permit limits going into effect. So this is mid-construction and going well, but it will be completed in FY26. And you guys are familiar with this request. This was the one that we came forward and did a budget amendment just a couple weeks ago. This is the last bit of money that we will need to complete this in FY '26. This project retrofits our old aeration basins at the plant and constructs 2 new aeration basins. Again, this is actually required in our permit to have this project complete to meet those 2027 permit limits. This is a request. While we don't have anything firmly in place, things are close. We're hoping to have the opportunity to purchase some additional land around the wastewater plant. This would allow us to have strategic land for future expansion, but more importantly, providing strategic buffer space between the plant and our neighbors.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
just maybe a holistic question about this one, because I think I understand kind of what you're trying to achieve. But over the years, we've kind of part and piece, bought little pieces here, little pieces there. And I'm just curious, what does your team discuss in terms of a total campus need? I like to kind of strike while the iron's hot. And if there's more land that your department needs, then we should be planning for that holistically as opposed to going kind of piece by piece.
Yeah, Councilman Cavanagh, that's a great question. So we have been in discussion with the adjacent landowners. Some are ready to sell and some aren't, although they've kind of committed to us to be first in line when they're ready to sell. Primarily because it's limited what they can do with that land that's really close to the plant. So one piece is ready and one isn't, but that should, between those two, complete
Okay.
any land needs that we need.
Great. Thank you.
And this request is for a parking lot improvement at the wastewater plant. So we actually only have 57 spaces and we have 60 full-time employees that work out the facility. So on days when we have big trainings or all the staff there, or visitors, contractors, we end up not having enough parking. So this would take one of the grass areas at the front of the facility and convert it to approximately 39 additional parking spaces. And our final request is to underground the remaining power lines at the plant. So we've talked about this over the years, but underground lines are generally more robust and are able to be protected easier. They tend to not have the weather-related damage or animal-related damage or contractor-related damage. And so critical non-interrupted power is essential for us to maintain plant operations and compliance. So this would allow us to complete that final project to underground all the lines. And with that, that is all of the enterprise fund requests.
Thank you. Council, questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
not really any questions, just more of a comment. I just want to compliment Lorelei and your team on the good work. Obviously, we all know that you've managed this department really well. I think coming into the year, there was a really robust effort to keep everything flat and just focus on some of the core critical needs that we have that are related to growth and capacity. So I just want to just thank you for the good work you've done. I think very focused on just, again, capacity building so that we can grow and make decisions as a city on that. So I just want to thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll bypass the break.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Robert. Tracy, are you up for going now? Because we want to respect your time. Cool. So Mayor, Council, we're going to adjust the schedule a little bit. Chief does need to be somewhere at 9. So if we can kind of move his department forward so he can present, and then he'll come back right after he's done. But if you wouldn't mind if we just move police a little bit first, and then we'll get back on the schedule. And we'll get the slides up for you correctly. Again, the bottom right-hand corner of the slide will show you where we are in the budget book. Appreciate that, Tracy.
We have our Youth Safety Academy starting this morning at 10, so not to be mean, but they take precedent over you, so
Good priorities.
try to meet with those kids. Before I really get into the budget, first off, I do want to thank my command staff and especially our civilian commander, Stacy Peachin, for the work on the budget. She's done a phenomenal job for us. And also thank our officers for the job they're doing in spite of staffing issues. We've been rated one of the lowest crime rated cities in the entire state of Idaho once again. So very proud of the work that they're doing. And on top of that, I would like to thank the council for your support, and maybe even more importantly for the job that you do by being professional and practical up here on the dais. I go across the state and see some of the councils devolve into some interesting arguments and things, and they become the focus of the city rather than the employees. And that absolutely does affect the employees through cities. And I hear that from other chiefs that they comment quite often on the professionalism of this council. So thank you for that. And with that, we'll get into our presentation. Recently, the Meridian Police Department formed our own SWAT team, a highly trained SWAT team with the Garden City Police Department. And they've been operating very actively since their formation, doing the things that we expect them to do when it comes to protecting the citizens of Meridian and certainly the citizens of Garden City as well. It's been a great collaboration so far. One of the things that we've been operating with is we've had a covert rescue vehicle for quite some time. And we've noticed and realized and experienced some of the limitations of that vehicle. For instance, while it is armored, it was rammed by a suspect vehicle and put out of commission for several months because of the damage that vehicle was able to do. And so that's really why we're coming to you with this request for a more traditional armored vehicle, more versatile. It's four-wheel drive. It's basically known as a Bearcat. It's what police departments, agencies all over the country have been using for years. We were very reluctant to go to that for aesthetic reasons. And we thought that we could get by with our covert vehicle, and it's just not doing the job that we need it to do. The other thing that it would do if we get this vehicle is it does allow us to be involved in more complex and more prolonged type of operations, because we can then utilize both of those vehicles for our operations. So, and with that, I'll stand for any questions on this vehicle or this request.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Couple quick questions for you, Chief. Will this vehicle also be utilized by the Garden City Police Department?
Yes.
So how does that, maybe walk me through?
Yeah.
Who owns it?
Sure.
How does that work in terms of if both Meridian and Garden City have a need on a certain day, who wins? Where is it stored? Talk to me about what
Absolutely.
average usage would be.
Yep, absolutely. So it would be stored here.
Okay.
I would say ultimately we would have the final say, but I won't say that because it's one of the reasons we formed our own team. We were overruled many times when we were members of a previous combined SWAT operation, and Garden City and Meridian realized that we didn't have an equal say in those things. So really, we would prioritize those call outs based upon the totality of the circumstances, and then also rely on surrounding agencies for their assistance, which we have had to do in the past. And they've been willing to come forward. The chances of all of our cities having operations going on at the same time, knock on wood, are pretty rare, but it certainly could happen. And then we would rely on our other agreements with Boise City and Ada County or even Nampa.
Just a quick follow-up.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I really value the collaboration between agencies. So please, I'm starting with there, but I guess my question is, looking at from a Meridian taxpayer standpoint, is Garden City helping to contribute towards any of the cost of purchasing this vehicle?
Not for the purchase of the vehicle, no.
Okay. Are they Mr. Mayor, follow up, please.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Contributing any cost to the maintenance, the amenities, the resources that the vehicle needs, or is it full freight from the city of Meridian, but Garden City will have the ability to use it?
The prior, yeah, at this point.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Stringer.
kind of curious about just what the vehicle will look like.
Mhm.
It's a very military looking kind of vehicle to me, but will it be like branded? Will it say police
Yes,
on it?
yes, it'll say, that's just what it looks like coming from the factory. It will say Meridian Garden City Joint Special Tactical Group on it. It'll be very clearly marked as a police vehicle. And it's one of those vehicles, when it arrives, we will do the show and tell for the community to come see, so that the first time it rolls out isn't when it's rolling out on a call. We want to make sure that the public knows. We'll be putting it out on social media so they understand what it's for and why it's out there.
And Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Shader.
just one more. I just want a sense of the lifespan of this type of vehicle. Is it typical to a normal vehicle, a typical emergency vehicle?
No.
Just because
Because of its
It's more
usage,
expensive.
it'll have a much longer lifespan than a typical vehicle. It's not something that is going to be driven every day or be utilized. It'll be utilized only on the call outs and then for some training days.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe one more.
Councilman Capner.
Chief, is there an agency that has one of these very similar in the area?
Yes. Boise City has one, two. They currently have two. And Ada County has one as well. And Nampa has one.
Thank you.
And just to re-clarify one element, we currently use these when we need to. If there's a need with the joint, these things are seen in Meridian.
Yes, they've been seen before. It takes some time because we have to now spin up their teams to be able to deliver those vehicles to us. So this gives us a much quicker response for Meridian incidents.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Chief, would this have been utilized yesterday? We had quite the incident with near Topgolf, I think everyone's aware of.
Yeah, Councilwoman Roberts. So it would have been. We didn't have to send our teams out there because it was in a county pocket. So Ada County handled that. But for those prolonged events where we use multiple teams and we have to rotate those teams out, then we would have been the team that rotated in for their team. Okay, next we have a traffic motorcycle. So one of the things, of course, that we hear a lot about is traffic in Meridian. And we've, because of some of the staffing issues, we've had a difficult time of really utilizing our motors to work traffic. However, with some of the recent changes that Captain Leslie has made in patrol, our motorcycles now are currently focused on those enforcement actions only rather than riding accidents and doing those things that take up their time and get them off of the road. So very valuable for traffic enforcement. And we're looking for it's not a replacement, it would be a spare motorcycle completely equipped, because those motorcycles do go down and once they're down, then we're down that unit. Or if we have just a spare motorcycle that isn't fully equipped, we have to transfer that equipment over there while it's getting fixed. So this motorcycle is a little more expensive than a replacement would be, because we are adding the equipment to it as well. So that if one is in the shop, they can just get on this motorcycle and they're right back on the road working. And with that, I'll stand for any questions on the motor. And next are the design fees. These have been in the plans for quite some time in our capital improvement plan. These would be the design fees for phase 3 of the Public Safety Training Center. And we're looking to build that out. One of the discussions we're having because of staffing, and we've been having these discussions for some time as far as leveraging technology. And that is one of the things that we will look at as well with this building, is possibly leveraging some drone technology to be operated from this center. I've been in some conversations with fire as well as with Public Works, and their ability to utilize drones as well for the works that they do. So we may be coming to you later in the year with an enhancement that would be combined use of all of those things to help better operate more of an emergency operations center and better serve our citizens. And of course, then that also helps us leverage not having to hire more bodies.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I think that's really great that you all are looking at that. And, I know even in the CFP process, Councilwoman Little Roberts and I were chatting with your team about leveraging drone technology specifically. It just feels like there is a big opportunity there because of how quickly they can be at different scenes. So if there was I guess, a drone component though to this building, like would it be on the roof of the building or give me a sense of what?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, we've looked at a couple locations where we would be able to place those drones. One is City Hall, on the roof of City Hall, and then one at our headquarters location. And the operations would be based out of headquarters at possibly this phase of the PSTC, where you would just have a sergeant or a drone operator in that room, and when they're dispatched, they would be able to evaluate tactically for our officers that are responding on what they're seeing in real time before officers are ever dispatched, or dispatching them to an accident scene where they can actually give a more updated view of what is occurring. So maybe we don't need to dispatch as many officers to that accident scene because maybe there isn't lane blockage like we've been advised that maybe there was, or the accident isn't a actual injury accident and those vehicles have moved from a roadway. Or we may have a incident where it's a robbery situation, a domestic situation where we can dispatch the drone, arrive much quicker, and they can evaluate exactly what is going on tactically for our officers arriving, and therefore be able to set up more efficient, more effective perimeters and things like that. And then one of the other things we've talked with is with fire, the same thing, dispatching them to a possible fire scene. And then, do you really need to dispatch all of the apparatus that you normally would? Or can you see that the fire isn't as serious as it was once described to you or initially put out? And as far as working with Public Works, we were talking about the ability to possibly fly those water lines and detect leaks and do those types of things. I know one of the things that we may have the ability to do is with FLIR technology, we've been hearing about the possible gas leaks for some time down south, is flying that area with a FLIR, and that would be able to detect whether or not we see a gas leak rather than just the calls and having engines drive around looking for the mysterious leak.
Much more on that topic later when that amendment actually comes forward. But yes.
Yeah, something we're researching for sure. And with that, I'll stand for any other questions. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Where are we going now?
So if I was gonna ask, are you guys okay with continuing or do you guys want to break continuing? So we'll head back to general fund. We currently will have IT be the first one presenting. For administration. Looks like we're missing IT in action, so we'll move to the next one, which would be Lorelei.
I think IT is Mike. Eli's gonna do it because hey, Dave is out. So yeah, okay.
All right, this is our request. You guys have seen this project before, but this is for the 9 Mile Creek piping project. So this is a joint project between MDC and grant with the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Program. So we're anticipating a 90-10 split between the federal money and the MDC to complete this project. Again, this would be a net zero to the city as there's offsetting revenue in the budget, but you'll see the expense here. This project is really important for downtown redevelopment as it removes 41 structures and 78 acres from the special flood hazard area, which really allows, once that's gone, for more redevelopment potential. So just as a little update where we're at with the project. So we are almost done with design. We anticipate that to be completed in July. And then we were awarded the grant for phase one. Once the design is complete, we get a new construction cost estimate, and it has to go back through the cost benefit analysis to make sure that it still meets the grant thresholds. That goes back to FEMA. The money is currently in the state. We've gotten basically recognition from the state that they don't expect this to be impacted like some of the other current federal funding. But we would put that back through that process and then know relatively, in the, I would say next 6 months, if that is approved and moving forward. But
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
just a quick question on when you say the state has been, you're talking about phase two, that the money is expected to be there. Could you, and this may be an
Yes.
unfair question, but given the discussions of, is it going to be there? Is it not going to be there? Can you talk a little bit about what's happening from your channels of communication? There's some worry that maybe this grant program goes away, that FEMA doesn't exist, that they don't have the staffing, et cetera. Could you just kind of enlighten us and fill us in on sort of that phase two funding and the process and staffing?
Yep, great question. So we've been in contact trying to get, the answer. Everybody's pretty certain that this bucket of funding, because it's a little bit different, so it's for the hazard mitigation programs, is different than some of the other funding. And so all of the contacts that we have said that it should go through, especially since phase one already went through. We won't know that for sure until we submit it. But, I think we have some time in that. I know it's a little bit challenging with MDC's funding potentially sunsetting. But I think we have time to navigate that. And so our recommendation in Public Works would be to continue to pursue the grant opportunity until we're sure that the grant funding is not going to be there.
Council, any additional questions on this item? Okay. All right.
We'll have next, Dave Miles.
I was prepared to talk slow and wait for Eli, but he's already here. So with that, this is the request for the citizen survey, which we do every 2 years. I think most of you have been here now that we've done the last one in 2024. Same standard protocol, statistically valid sample set that's administered by a third party. So that's the request. Just a few anecdotes. Budget request has pretty much remained flat for the entirety that we've been running this since 2018. I think there was a price change around that time frame, but even since then, it's been pretty flat. Did increase a little bit in the last cycle because we were asked to do a little bit more data analysis. I did talk with a local provider just out of curiosity to talk with them about what we do and what they could offer. They actually said we're getting a really good deal and said, keep on keeping on, so to speak. So any questions, happy to answer, but that's what the request is for.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Dave, can you just kind of walk council through how the mayor's office, how the city uses the results of the survey? We ask our citizens for feedback. We get that feedback. They present to council, but then you guys certainly take that data and operationalize around that. Can you just give us a little flavor about how you've used that in past years and maybe what you hope to anticipate or see from the upcoming survey?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh. Yeah, to your point, we do take it in internally and look at the data once it's been reported to us. I think the easiest example is the last cycle. We sat through 2 working sessions around the 2 major items that looked for or were recommended for improvement around traffic enforcement. And there was one around the building processing of permits. It was characterized as growth, but it was really around the permitting aspect. So talking with staff about how to improve services on those items, it's not cut and dry and it's not immediate. As you know, lots of things given traffic enforcement, right? We'd all love to have as many officers as possible, but we don't, and we can only be in so many places at so many times. We really look internally to try and figure out where do we put the most resources from those results. Look at the top 2 or 3 things and look how to engage the community about those issues to make sure the data that we get is actually what we're hearing and what we think it means. And then look for the areas and the departments on how we can improve those items. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll go for general fund administration IT. I'm really sorry for being late. I thought I was gonna roll in here at 9:15 and be half an hour early, so. Well, the only budget request that we have is for the communication infrastructure extensions. This budget request supports the fast, reliable, secure, and redundant communication needs that we have for public safety and other city services. Currently, a lot of our city runs on leased fiber lines, which presents long-term financial and operational challenges. So this request will help us with some of those challenges now, along with challenges that we might have in the future. We currently partner with a lot of our awesome teams in Public Works and with ACHD on various joint projects for road projects to get the cost sharing benefits. Also, it helps with interruptions like tearing up the road. It gets everything down on the ground at once so that we don't have to cause interruptions for the city. Some of our future projects include getting conduit in on the Linder Overpass, South Eagle Road, and a couple of various projects that we have going up in northwest side of the city right now. Any questions?
Thank you. Council questions, Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I read the request and it just prompted a few questions more just to educate me on a couple things. I was curious, and if you have to get back to me, that's okay, but what percentage of our network relies on leased lines? Like, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's back in 2013, 100% of it did.
Okay.
We've been working with ACHD and Public Works over the years to get it up. I don't know, off the top of my head, I'd say we're probably 30 to 40% on city-owned fiber at this point, but it's still in a shared state with leased lines. But we can get a more solid figure back to you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, if you could come back to me with kind of a roadmap of here's how much is leased. It could be an estimate. I understand there's a lot to
There is.
quantify. So it could just be a sense, but yeah, how much is leased versus owned? And then kind of a roadmap of like at this rate about what we're doing now, like how long will it take us to get to where we want to be in terms of our destination of owning them versus leasing them? And then the only other question I had was, this also referred to providing redundancy to critical facilities. Like what facilities specifically is this providing redundancy for?
Currently, all the city facilities. So
Mm.
we currently don't have a lot of redundant paths out to fire stations, especially the ones that are farther north up on Locust Grove. We don't have any redundant paths out to the Northwest Police Precinct. We have no redundant paths down south to the Fire Station 7. Fire Station 4, again, it's just, we don't have any redundancy out to those further reaching areas.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
maybe a different way of helping me understand would just be like this $200,000, what has been identified that would be handled with this money specifically?
So that specific money, as I mentioned, we're currently working on getting conduit into the Linder Overpass. We don't currently have any city-owned conduit or fiber going over the freeway. Everything is
Okay.
leased. So that provides one avenue from north to south side of the city for us.
It says Linder Overpass, that's one, okay.
And it doesn't necessarily go towards exactly that project because it may maybe split among several projects. So it's a little bit of a pot of money situation going towards one project or the other. It could also go towards the South Eagle Road project. A lot of it depends on when we get an invoice from ACHD on these projects, because sometimes they
take a little time to get those charges out to us, so. And then we're currently working with Public Works on U-Stick between 10 Mile and Black Cat right now.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Share.
So this covers Linder Road overpass, U-Stick, might or might not cover the Eagle Road project. I think what would be great is if you just want to follow up with a list of, this is like kind of our list of items in priority of what we would tackle with this money. And, because yeah, I see what you're saying. It's a pot of money. I just hate approving pots of money that are not attached to specific projects. So if you don't mind following up, that would be super.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, the reason why we do it this way is it's cheaper than if we go do it ourselves, where we could totally direct 100% if that's what we would want to do. But, okay. Any additional questions at this time? Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, council, next would be fire.
All right, good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. And I'd just would like to start off by giving a big shout out and thanks to my command staff, as well as our Division Manager of Administration, Brady Ross, for preparing our budget, working with finance. So thank you, finance, as well as all the council members that have had input in where we were headed this year with our budget. So for fire, we have 4 requests this year. I'm going to speak about 2 of them. And Chief Butterfield, who's our project manager for the infrastructure improvements, he'll come up and speak about those 2. So a little bit out of sequence, if you don't mind. I guess we've got Chief Butterfield will talk about that. And when I said I'm going to talk about 2 things, it's the same item twice, if that makes sense. Over the past year, we've tried to figure out where we can find or squeeze efficiencies out of our command staff. And what we've decided to do is create a duty chief program. And that duty chief responds to fires and emergencies and supplements and supports what the battalion chief is unable or can't do. So in those capacities, they need to be able to emergently respond. So when we purchased the 2 vehicles that you see here, we purchased them and put Meridian City branding on them. However, what we did not do and did not budget for originally was for them to be capable of responding emergently. So that includes sirens, lights, radios, all of that equipment that is necessary for an emergency response. So in upfitting these 2, it fully operationalizes our ability to utilize that duty chief program, and that anybody doesn't have to do a vehicle swap in order to meet that need.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Chief, can you walk us through how this vehicle would respond in an emergency situation? And, it's used both here on the request and it's here on your side. It's that it's critical. And so that to me is a really important word. And I'm always trying to understand, what do you mean by critical, and what are we not able to achieve today that we would be able to achieve if we approve this request?
And Chief, maybe go into a little bit of the background on, it's really changing operational plans and cost savings for the department. So touch on that.
Well, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Cavanagh, yeah, so critical is important. I would agree with you. When there is an emergency and it is a 911 activation and we deploy our resources, they have to get there emergently. And if these vehicles aren't equipped, they're going what we call code 2. They're going the speed of traffic, the flow throughout the city. Secondarily, they have no situational awareness to what they're going to, because they do not have a radio. They don't have what is called an MDC, or a mobile data terminal. They don't have any of that stuff. So basically they would be responding just like you would drive to your house. They have nothing more than an address. And so they're just driving their code 2. This gives them the situational tools. It gives them the ability to communicate with commanders on scene. It's just that's what makes it critical. Otherwise, they don't operate in that capacity, if that helps. Now, to a little bit, to the mayor's point, Yeah, what we've recognized obviously is that we have continual needs and we have continual staffing needs. And in order to, I don't want to say supplant a second battalion, but in order to support the one that we do have, that's where the duty program or the duty chief program came from. Basically what it is, again, is it's taking our 8-hour staff and placing them on a 24-hour rotation where they carry a radio, and when a 911 call that's significant comes in, one of the duty chiefs who's assigned that day responds and supports the battalion, and they do everything administratively. Like if they need to do backfill or overtime, now they can go to Battalion 1 and there's somebody that is there and able to answer phones. It's just a support network, especially considering when we have one battalion responding from, if they were at Station 7 and they're responding to Station 8, it's a 40-minute drive across town. So this just is to support that role and that function and enhance it.
Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
Chief, where are these vehicles right now?
We have them in the, probably in the overcrowded parking lot right now. They're sitting, they're in inventory. We have them right across the street.
Follow up.
Councilman Will.
So Chief, as you're doing the 24-hour coverage, then they would not only have the radio, but they'd take the vehicle with them for that 8-hour shift.
Councilman Whitlock, yes, that's absolutely correct. And again, this is for 8, we have 8 divisions and deputies and myself in I'm also in this rotation. And that's exactly correct. This puts those 8 people, this is a take home, and they respond. If it's 2 o'clock in the morning, they get their uniform on and they respond.
Chief, maybe with currently, how is this function being met?
Currently, the way it's being met is we have divided up the 8 chiefs, and now we're actually down to 5 across the A shift, B shift, and C shift, to where we have 48 hours on with a shift, and then we just go back into the rotation, and then in three sets later, we're back up, and it's our rotation as well that way. So again, your deputies and division chiefs, as well as myself, all have turnouts. We all have the training, the ability to take incident command, the ability to function at that level.
Has it been that way with that group doing this work for an extended period of time?
This is new.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to get
It's
to.
very
I'm trying to
new.
get to
Yeah.
how,
Yeah.
how was this being performed before you decided to go this direction?
What was happening was we were overwhelming the battalion chiefs. The battalion chiefs have been coming to us saying, hey, we need some help. We need some support. We're overwhelmed. We go to one incident. We're tied up for 3 to 5 hours. We need some support. And so it came down to, well, we're not hiring any more staff. So how can we continue to support that function and enhance it?
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
maybe what would help, I could convey what was related to me, which was, we'll have a battalion chief. They're trying to cover the whole city. They'll go to like a huge emergency. They'll be there. That could take a couple of hours. It's not very often that we have multiple large emergencies, but it definitely happens. And I think that at least as it was conveyed to me, was to support that, because it's like really difficult to provide that coverage across the whole city just geographically.
Yes, ma'am. That's well said.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
Chief, just for clarification, so you're utilizing this rotation of staff now?
Yes, sir.
This is just the upgrading the vehicle that would then go to whatever that person is. So there's no additional on-call expense.
No, they're not. They're exempt employees. This is part of their duties as assigned.
Thank you.
Okay, if no other questions on that, I'll bring Chief Butterfield up here to go through the other 2 requests. And again, if you had more questions, it was the same request for 2 separate. So now we have these next 2.
Good morning, Mayor. members of council. The other request, two other requests we have, station remodel. So as you recall, there currently is right now in place, that we're working through a capital facilities plan that was approved in this current fiscal budget year. We do have an architect identified after an RFQ process, and we are currently working on that capital facilities plan, which will look at the remodeling of 5 fire stations to really include the industry standards for health and safety, getting the bunker gear out of the apparatus bays, which we know is not the proper methodology for storing that equipment, and then also looking at some of the health and safety of where our crews are working out. We know right now many of them are working out in the apparatus bays, which is not a healthy way to go. So this would be one station remodel. We're going to be looking at station 1 being the remodel, the first remodel, and then additional remodels to come in future fiscal years. Any questions? I stand for any questions on this particular request.
Thank you. Councilor
Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Chief Butterfield, I think I recall this from a previous discussion, but if you could just take a minute. We're hoping to apply lessons learned or some of the architectural designs or something from the first remodel and kind of leverage that for the additional. Can you kind of remind me of some of that discussion we had on that earlier?
Certainly, Councilman Taylor. So yeah, we're recognizing as we develop our capital facilities plan with the architectural firm that we've identified to help us out with that, we know in the 6 fire stations or the 3 fire stations that we've built, 6, 7, and 8, we've really incorporated industry best practices for health and safety into those particular ones. So recognizing that we can now go back to stations 1 through 5 that didn't have those industry best practices over the last 20 years that those were built. And so the first remodel that we intend to, most likely station 1, we will focus in on those particular elements of that remodel and then utilize those elements for the other subsequent station remodels.
Quick follow-up.
Councilman Taylor.
And then can you just talk for a little bit about the usability of the station while it's going under remodel? Do you have to displace the crew, or can you kind of partition it off, or how are you going to kind of manage sort of the working conditions of the remodel with the rest of the crew?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's a great question. We have actually engaged with a construction company to look at the feasibility of having the crews operate out of a standalone, how would I say, a temporary living facility on all locations, on all 5 stations. And that feasibility study showed that we actually can have a kind of a crew quarters, temporary living facilities at each location while the remodels are taking place. And so we'll be able to still, while the remodels are taking place, provide service to that geographical area of the community from that station location with crews, as opposed to having to move them to another location and not be able to provide immediate service to that area. So the feasibility study of that's complete, and recognize we'll be able to successfully do that during the remodel process.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
So, one thing I'm wondering about is how much we need to finalize our operating model in order to move forward on this in like an efficient way. And the reason I'm saying that is, we saw that dark horse analysis that perhaps running multi-company stations would be very effective. It looked like a multi-company station at station 1, for example, would be very effective. But I'd hate for you to remodel, for example, station 1 in a way that only would house one company if we need to put 2 there. So how should this work with, I guess we're asking council to approve a remodel of a station. I think we would need to get a little bit clearer on what's the operating model that we're going after. And then therefore, we think this is the first station and this is what these dollars would be attached to. So I think, help me understand the thinking there.
Absolutely, Councilwoman Strader. That's a good question. So the plan right now, as we're working with the architectural firm that's been identified for the capital facilities plan, within that plan, we will have those identified options of floor plans and design to articulate if we plan to go to a multi-company station, this will be the design that we use. But we're kind of at the point now we're asking for the funding to at least get the funding there, but the actual plan of the multi-company stations will be part of the capital facilities plan that we are developing right now, probably over the next 2 to 3 months. I would say in 3 months, we'll have that plan completely finished. And part of that plan will show the options of design of the remodel to incorporate what was mentioned in the last presentation of multi-company stations. So we'll have that within the design here in a couple of months.
Yeah, at least from my conversation, I believe that Station 1 was intended to have at least the ability to run 2 stations no matter what. Maybe the other ones, as we move forward, won't see that, but long-term, this is the location that we will design to at least 2 stations, whether it's 2 4-person companies running out of it. But that's what my guess is, that this one will include, at least from my conversations. Councilwoman Schrader.
Mr. Mayor, so you're confirming this would be attached to Station 1 and it would be with the thought of exploring a multi-company station at Station 1. Hopefully everyone can understand where my concern is just you're getting options for floor plans, but we haven't totally finalized your operating model. So I think that's where where the push and pull is at what point will we finalize the operating model, decide what the most efficient approach is, have that greenlit by council, and then have station remodels that reflect our operating model?
I think it's all joined together in the same process. As we work with the architectural firm to identify that it is feasible to operate a multi-company station at Station 1, we would then come forward to council showing that the architectural firm has identified that that is in fact a feasible, possible, is reasonably possible, and also would be able to bring forth the costs associated with that in conjunction with the recommendation of moving forward with multi-company station at Station 1.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Got it. So what you're articulating is really like everything all at once kind of a process. So the plan would be you will engage with this architect to understand if the laws of physics will permit you, right, to run a multi-company station out of Station 1. You're going to be looking at Dark Horse finalizing your operating model, at the same time having those conversations with us about what station to remodel. I guess what I'm getting at is there are certain paths, I think, with station remodels that I would support more than others. And so that's part of why I've been just trying to understand what this money specifically would be trying to accomplish.
And I'll just speak for myself. These are not conversations I've had with the chiefs, but I'll give my takeaway from what we heard was, I heard that there may be different times where we want to have different models based upon what we're seeing, feeling, and hearing, and might have to make modifications moving forward. Whether that's 2 4-person staff, 2 separate things, or 1 and, ARVs running out of here. So I think that there will be point in times where there'll be certain modeling preferences for what makes sense. I easily foresee the department coming back in 3 to 5 years, say we need to modify this because we can get a better result for our community. So having the most flexibility to me is as important as anything else right now in these remodels. But Station 1 has always been identified, I remember me and Councilman Kavner had this conversation going back where, rather than building another station, Station 1 has always been that central hub location with its own unique places that we need to have the greatest flexibility in this, in my opinion, in this facility for whatever the future of the department looks like. But preview of future conversations that I haven't had with anybody in the department.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Chief, can you just kind of clarify, a lot of discussion about working with the architectural firm and design. Is this money for actual construction or design, or is it for both? And kind of second to that, confirming this is, the 2 million is from impact fees collected, or can you just kind of confirm that?
Yeah, Councilman Taylor. Yeah, this would be for design and construction. Right now, this is because we haven't completed the plan and have some preliminary schematic design of what we're wanting to do. This is kind of a good estimate of what we anticipate the cost to be for the remodel, because we haven't narrowed down the exact number yet, because we don't have that cost estimating of construction developed yet. And to your second question, yes, any additional square feet that are added to the building are eligible for impact fees. So while any interior remodel capacities would not be eligible, if we add additional square feet, that would be eligible to expend impact fees on.
So to be determined. Council, any additional questions on this item?
The other budget request we have related to construction is for the Fire Safety Center located at the Meridian Community Center. This price is based on estimates from the design that has been currently, I believe, completed by the Parks Department. I believe you all are familiar with this request, and I would stand for any questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Chief, what happens to the old location? Did this get approved? I don't know. Do we own the land? Does the school district own the land? And what's the future of that site should this be approved?
Yeah, Councilman Cavanagh, that's a good question. We are currently in the process of turning that property over to the West Ada School District. I believe its lifespan for us is no longer needed. And it was a good center for the years that we had it. But we are currently working with the folks at West Ada School District to have them take over we had a lease. We had a 10-year lease that was initiated in like 2002. And so.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I view this as completely attached to the community center request. So I kind of feel like these sort of belong, even though I know it's specific for fire, but I feel like it really wouldn't make sense to greenlight this in the absence of the community center, right? So I sort of feel like to me, if we move forward on the community center, if the timing is right, this would make sense at the same time. But I kind of just view them as attached to that decision more so than an independent decision.
Any additional questions, comments? All right. Thank you very much. So moving on to the community center.
Mr. Mayor, Council Administrator, yes, they're very much attached. So we got three pieces of one big project. So the Fire Safety Center you just heard, the community center itself, and then the park expansion is a separate slide in our own deck. So none of the three are independent of the other. So they are definitely all attached, but residing in different divisions of the budget. So I'll jump right into the community center itself. We gave a a design update to the city council last week to give you a detailed update on where things are at on the, on the design side. There's a little over 22,000 square feet. It's within we're maximizing the amount of square footage that's able to be developed with impact fees per the impact fee study. It includes a variety of different community education spaces, arts and crafts, cooking, fitness, a gym, areas for summer camp, et cetera. We do have the partnership with the Meridian Fire Safety Center, as well as we're working on a partnership with Meridian Youth Baseball Softball for funding that would go toward the parking lot adjacent to the ball field. The site is located adjacent to Settlers Park. We were able to purchase that property last year. We're very grateful for that and that partnership with the school district. And as you know, we are currently in the late stages of design development and preparing to go to bid this fall and winter with a potential groundbreaking in the spring of 2026. Now, I heard last week, the two questions that I mainly heard coming out of last week was, one, is this the right timing from Councilwoman Strader? And can you give more details on the potential cost of delay? So I've come back with some additional information on that. So We feel that this is the right timing. One of the things we've talked about over the last couple of years with council is that we're trying to align this process and getting the current impact fees obligated in advance of the the full impact fee update study. And, I could let Todd to speak for himself on any impacts to that study update, but I know that is anticipated for next year, and moving forward this fall with bidding and getting those funds obligated allows the impact fee study to move forward. We have been collecting funds for this project in the current impact fee study, and this is the timing that we would propose as the right way to move forward. To the question of what's the cost of delay, you heard Mike say last week that we have talked with our construction manager. They said, given the known projects that are coming down the construction pipeline in the valley, and it's hard to predict the market, but he said he would project about a 5 to 10% increase in costs by delaying a year and each year. So the community center project's about 15.8 million. You'll see in a moment the park expansion project at about 3.8 million. That's about 19.7 million total for ours. Add the 2.5 for the fire, but I'm gonna leave I don't have their numbers added into mine, but those two, the community center and the park, about, like I said, 19.7. 5% of that number is $986,015. 10% is $1,972,031. For planning level numbers, I would call it $1 to $2 million. Would be the approximate cost of a year's delay. Let me just pause there and ask if there's questions on this one, because I think this is our big one before I move on.
Council, any questions at this time?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
let's say that this was approved. What would your timeline look like for construction, and what would day one operational be?
Great. So if approved, we would be going to bid this fall with the idea of awarding this winter and then breaking ground next spring. It's at least an 18-month construction process, so it would be in FY28 that we would open. Now, that could be as early as fall of 27 or spring of 28, but not until FY28. So the operation and maintenance budget would not be requested in FY27. It would be requested for FY28. That said, there could be some O&M budget requested in FY27 for the park, because if things get greened up, we need to make sure we have the ability to maintain that, get it established in advance of the grand opening. But for the community center and for the majority of the park, we're looking FY28.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
That's helpful for me, at least, as I'm thinking through this, in terms of when you would sort of take that on. In the CFP, we had talked about like kind of this staggered staffing model. So no new staffing the first year, maybe 1 or 2 additional people in subsequent years. So if you're saying that the operating budget starts then in FY28, that actually gives us quite a buffer. So when would the first fiscal year be that you would anticipate asking for additional staffing for the community center?
Thank you. I'm trying to see if I have that note. I believe it's shown in 2030, 2031, and 2032, staggered over 3 years. I'm just trying to verify that, but that is what I remember.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I recall as well. That's helpful. Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
At least in terms of how I'm looking at this, that helps me get my head around it a little bit more. It's not as if by approving this, we're immediately kind of taking that on. Now, this all supposes that you can really do this under the operating model that you articulated in your basically financial projections. And I have to compliment you that you did that with a level of specificity that I did not expect, and did a good job trying to lay that out.
Thank you. It is a creative process, and we're figuring it out as we go, but we do think it's an operational model that will work and allow us to get in it, operate it, and then grow into it and expand over time.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
And then just for members of the public, because I saw a couple of people walk in, so people understand, would you mind just explaining that this is paid for with impact fees and kind of how that happens?
So impact fees are paid by development, and this is growth paying for itself. So when the impact fee study was done several years back, they looked at our existing, we have three, they're not really separate buckets, but three things that really contribute, is the way I would characterize it, to the impact fees. Struck buildings, where it's like the home court, the existing community center, and that is what establishes the allowable square footage based on population projections for the new community center. And growth is expected to pay for growth, and those developments pay impact fees when building permits are pulled. The other two buckets are park construction and land acquisition for parks. So all of those elements combine to create the park impact fee. Those fees are charged through the building development process. And then instead of the cost for construction of these going to the taxpayers, it's pulled out of those impact fee funds, and this is an impact fee project.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
I would just add to that, I think that speaks to some of the dynamic we heard about in the state of the city in terms of we have impact fees that are helping to offset the capital needs coming from growth, but unfortunately they don't pay for our increased operating needs. So there's a little bit of a mismatch, and that's why it's so challenging to try to figure out, we could build this community center, but exactly when would it operationalize, and just ensuring that we can pay to operate it. Even though, to your credit, Director Sidaway has attempted to find a way to do that with a lot of existing resources. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Steve, can you provide some update on the intersection? One of my concerns is just the traffic flow, and if we build this, there's going to be a lot going on there. Anything new since the last time you presented to council on that topic?
Yes, and I may put Mike on deck just to come up and help me. He's been coordinating directly with ACHD, but we do have movement, is the good news. We have the ability to, we are exploring this. And before I fumble over my words too much, Mike, would you just come up and give a direct update on this? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Taylor, great question. So as I think everybody's aware, we brought up the topic with ACHD about a cooperative development agreement between a local developer, ACHD, and the city to advance the signalization of the intersection at Venable and Ustick. And that process kind of got off to a slow start, but since we applied for a certificate of zoning compliance for the community center, it triggered a review from ACHD, which created a kind of a formal response. And the response that we got was that ACHD is willing to enter into a cooperative development agreement with development community, the city, and then ACHD advancing the project. They talked about, if the city paid for the design, ACHD would advance this because it's not in their it's not in the 5-year work plan, but they would advance it as long as the city would pay for the design. So where we currently stand is we have a commitment with, it's basically Brighton, because they have a property interest in the area to improve traffic flow out of that development, and the city. So we've got a commitment that they're on board, ACHD's on board, and I'm currently getting design prices that we can bring back to council and have a conversation about, do you want to do this? We don't have anything to include in the budget at this time, but we hope to have those prices soon and would have a conversation to gauge your level of commitment.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
do you, obviously the design work sounds like it still needs to be done. Do we anticipate needing to purchase any additional right-of-ways or I guess ACHD? And then when you just, real quick, when you talk about paying for the design and Brighton's involvement, are we asking Brighton to help potentially pay for some of the design work, or is the city going to front the design and then Brighton's going to help pay for it? I mean, can you, maybe it's a little premature to ask that question, but if you could enlighten us a little bit.
Yeah, those great questions. So first, the right-of-way question. It looks like it's close. And ACHD would pay for the right-of-way. The city would have to negotiate the deal with the property owner, but the property owner would be compensated by ACHD. And then the second question was, city pays for the design, Brighton builds it, ACHD pays them back with an impact and with impact fee credits. So that's 100% paid for the construction itself by ACHD.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Lowell Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, I guess maybe either one of you. Steve, we've talked a lot about staffing of the community center, but with the additional green space and everything, would we need more staffing there?
Thank you. We would need more seasonal labor, and that is built into our anticipated request for there. And if you'll just hold that thought, I'll go over it in detail when we get to that slide. But we don't have any full-time staff slated for that, but we do have seasonal labor tied to that. Thank you. And Councilman Taylor, thank you for that question, because when we went to the neighborhood and held our community open house, that was the big question that came out of that, was the need for that signalized intersection. So that's very much on our radar, and we're pushing hard. And like Mike said, it was off to a slow start, but once we got a certificate of zoning compliance application in with planning, that kind of triggered ACHD to bring it to the forefront, and now that conversation's more active. So thank you. All right, Pathway Connections is our second request, and smaller amount than we usually ask for. We're just wrapping up our master plan, and one of the things we would like to do next year, building on that, are a couple of things. One, we'd like to do some follow-on planning and design work specifically for locations along the path system for amenities, benches, fitness equipment, drinking water, wayfinding signage, other comfort and convenience items. So this would be design work for that, and then we would come back in a subsequent budget for any construction dollars. The other thing that's come up is a potential partnership with that church parking lot next to the Bud Porter Pathway, pictured on the right there. They're potentially willing to talk with us about a partnership to use some parking there for a trailhead for the 5 Mile Creek Pathway. And we've been looking for potential trailhead locations across the system, and this one came up. There's been a very cursory initial connection where they've expressed a willingness to do that, but want some site planning and things. So this would be some money to get that work underway and be able to hold those conversations and develop a partnership. The next one is Wi-Fi for Kleiner Park. It is a tactic in the strategic plan. We've recently added Wi-Fi to Discovery Park and Settlers Park. This is the next one on that list, and IT's been taking the lead on this one, but it's a park project, and but it's focused on high traffic areas within the park, such as shelters, concessions, the active play area, et cetera.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
Just a quick question on the Wi-Fi. Is this something that we consider a nice service to provide for our patrons, or is this something that is also kind of critical to the city staff, sort of the operational stuff?
I do not consider it as critical infrastructure. I think it's for the comfort and convenience of the public, and trying to start with our our largest facilities and do it there. But this is not critical to staffing. We have fiber that comes into the park and goes to the park shop. So it's more of an amenity for users.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Strader.
It's just occurred to me, do you have any information about, how much Discovery Park and Settlers Park Wi-Fi gets used, like by the public? I'm just curious, is there any kind of data that would help us understand, is this really a valued amenity?
I was asking the same question, and I don't know if I can put you on the spot, Eli, or if you'd rather take it offline. Looks like maybe he can take this question from IT.
So we do have some very basic stats on how many users are there per month and how much data they consume. I don't know if you're wanting just a general sense, but or just a.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So from Settlers Park in May, we had 227 users that were on the Wi-Fi. That's the total throughout the month. Discovery Park, there was 143. As you can imagine, it's a lot slower during the winter. For example, during February, there was 28 Wi-Fi users at Settlers and 16 at Discovery. We've got a nice little table and grid with this data that we could share as well. But it fluctuates, and it's obviously seasonal.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Strader.
And maybe Director Sidaway, if you want to kind of reapproach. So that's interesting. You hear about which I think people do, they have to do. I hear about kids that need, for example, internet going to places like McDonald's. I do love that as a public amenity, there are kids that could do their homework in the park if they had Wi-Fi. I think that's helpful. What I'm having a hard time with is is this the kind of usage that we feel like is a good value? And I'm having a hard time trying to benchmark what that should be. So I don't know. I'm just going to think about this, and maybe we need to parking lot it. I think we have a few things that'll end up going in the parking lot, but maybe in the next couple of hours, if people could please follow up with, I don't know if any of our consultants that work with us have provided a sense of what kind of benchmarks we should look at. This is just a tough thing to try to calibrate. Is this a good amenity? Is this something that's being used enough to be worth it?
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Strader, I think that's a totally fair question, and maybe what I could just ask IT if they would, after this meeting, just send to council the table of usage from the different sites, along with any insights you might have, and we'll go from there. So. The next item is.
Councilman Bullock.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Real quick question back on the Wi-Fi. Again,
Yes.
That's total public usage. You're not relying on this Wi-Fi network for security cameras or other elements within the park, are you?
Right. No, that again, Eli might help more, but the cameras are on a separate system, correct? They have their own. The data is not reliant on this Wi-Fi network. I think they have cell phones that can call in the data, et cetera. So why don't I follow up? Go ahead. Sure. Go ahead.
Currently, we have a little bit of a different setup at each park that we're working with. Currently, Settlers Park is sharing it for public Wi-Fi and the city network needs that we have out there, but we do have the traffic segregated at a certain point so that it stays secure. We do intend to have fiber out there shortly, and at that point, we will have those two networks completely separate. We do have out at Discovery Park, they are completely separated and secured off on their own so that the public Wi-Fi is only accessible to citizens using their cell phones, and then the camera systems are off on their own.
Councilman Bullock.
And that would be the intent in Kleiner, is to have two separated systems, use our fiber for our needs and the Wi-Fi for the public.
Correct. Yep. Any city needs would be on its own dedicated equipment.
Yeah, maybe just for background. I mean, this was something that was initiated by Councilman Borton, in the conversations, and I think it came a little bit out of COVID, but it was also just looked as a amenity to offer the community. And we did at certain points in time, definitely have people that were going to the parks that were looking for a place to be able to do their work during that time frame, COVID explicitly, but that's where it came out of, was those conversations, and it got added to the strategic plan. And so Steve's continued to do that. And for the most part, the main goal was to get the 3 large parks done. This was not necessarily something that was looking at extending to all the other parks in the community. But so this, from my perspective, this would be the last one that you would see moving forward. You wouldn't be seeing this at additional ones in the future unless council wanted to go that direction. But that's where this came from.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I'm just prompted a question. I assume that you're factoring Wi-Fi into your community center plans, but if there was a place that people would be, I think, doing a ton of homework and a ton of work and needing a landing spot indoors, I would think it would be the community center.
Yes, we will need Wi-Fi in there for sure. And yeah, I need to go back and verify that it's in the O&M budget, but yeah, it'd be a minimal additional cost, but yes.
Garrett's giving you a thumbs up.
Garrett's giving a thumbs up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. Okay, the next item is the Discovery Dog Park expansion. So in the image on the left, I think you can make out the existing, switch over to this microphone, the existing fence line around the dog park that goes right around here. Mouse is catching up, but we have a lot of unused space around the dog park that is not really used for recreating. We have had requests come in from the public to expand that dog park. It's public, there's room for it. So we're just following up on citizen requests with this one to expand the dog park into that area for that underutilized space. And expand it into that, expand the current dog park in response to those citizen requests.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Steve, on that, I just want to make sure I'm seeing it right. You essentially are going to maximize that footprint of that unused space to the full dog park setup.
Yes.
Can you walk me through, we've got a spot for littler dogs and a spot for bigger dogs. How does that all break down?
Yeah, we would still maintain separate areas for small dogs and big dogs. Part of what's going on is in the wintertime, we close the grass in the large dog park areas, both at Story and in Discovery. And what tends to happen is we don't close the grass in the small dog park because the small dogs aren't as impactful on the grass. Well, the large dog users tend to go in and use the small dog area, and we get a lot of complaints about that. We're hoping that by expanding the area, we can fence off sections, allow some of the grass in the large dog park to remain open and rotate it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Steve, your ability to anticipate my follow-up questions never ceases to amaze me. That's where I was headed next, is what our plans were to create that separation between the large and small, because I do know it is really challenging for those small dog owners when those big dogs get to the same space. Appreciate that you're thinking of that. And listen, I'm in support of this. This area is really, really well used. And again, I think it just speaks to, we hear it a lot. Dog parks aren't for dogs, they're for our residents, and community is found there. And I love what we're doing here on this piece.
I'm going to take my dog there and I'm going to put your theory to test. I bet you my dog can wear out that grass pretty easily. He's a machine.
Yeah. All right, our next item is this is a recurring element every other year in our CFP for some time. But at Park Identity and Theming, we have most recently updated the Chateau Park, and before that, Seasons Park. Many of you are familiar with that. The next one on the list is Settlers Park. You can see on the left the existing green signage. It's about 3 feet high or so. And the other large parks, Discovery Park signage is photographed next to it. Kleiner Park obviously has very landmark type signage going into it. We think Settlers Park deserves a little more, and so our focus would be on new signage, but it could be other type of theming elements to support the Settlers theme at Settlers Park. So this would be a budget to look at that, and there are 3 separate entrances that we'd be looking at Settlers Park.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Steve, I appreciate kind of the department's efforts to kind of brand each individual park. This one was a little bit of a head scratcher for me because I feel like we've got amazing parks like Kleiner and Discovery that are newer. But when I talk to our residents, Settlers is almost always the first park that people bring up. And so I feel like that we do have some pretty great branding already in people's minds about Settlers Park. And so I'm just curious, why did this one rise to the top for you guys versus maybe some of our other smaller parks that maybe could use a little bit more polish?
Yeah. Well, we have a list. I need to go back and see if there's even any other smaller parks coming up. But we do have a rotation, and we're just following that rotation. I do agree with you that Settlers Park is well branded in terms of its amenities. Its signage is not as branded, but in terms of people knowing the park and what it is and where it is, certainly that is there. We would just like to update the signage for the park to be on par with the amenities of the park, is maybe a better way to say it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
and along those lines, and I've talked to Steve about this too, but that little sign is, up Meridian Road, and as you turn left or west into the park, you see the little sign. I'm not aware of other signage throughout the park identifying it as Settlers. Maybe there is, but it would seem a monument sign or something at the corner of Ustick and Meridian. High traffic, high volume, high visibility would make a lot of sense for the branding of Settlers Park.
Yeah,
rather
I mean,
than
part of the process.
the waist high sign off of Meridian Road. Just my personal opinion.
Yeah, that's the idea. And again, this is in our CFP because it was asked of us by the previous council to, hey, we'd like you to start updating these elements in the parks. And the initial focus was on the small parks, to your point. One of the earliest comments was, if I blindfolded you and took you to any neighborhood park and took the blindfold off, you'd have a hard time identifying exactly where you are. And so the initial focus was, for that reason, on the smaller neighborhood parks. And we've been picking those off: Renaissance Park, Champion Park, Seasons Park, Chateau Park. Those have all been recently updated and upgraded. There are others on the list. I think, 8th Street Park is coming up, but we're following the rotation, and we could, do those in any order we want to. But this would be the one that we were proposing, thinking that Settlers Park was due its upgrade of the signage. But we'll follow council's will on that. Okay, as promised, here is the Settlers Park expansion that's tied to the community center. So it's very much tied to the community center. We can't approve one without the other. They're very much tied together, but because we are collecting fees for park expansion and we are collecting fees for building expansion, it is a separate request, though very much, like I said, tied together. This has the expanded parking with the MYB partnership, and most of these funds are impact fees. But I would point out that we're asking for $500,000 of general fund that would be so that we could have the MYB partnership, that they could reimburse the city those general fund dollars over time per an agreement, similar to what you've seen with PAL at Heroes and elsewhere. But that we've looked at with finance and legal, and that works with general fund dollars, not so well with impact fee dollars. So those, about 500,000 of that request is general fund, but the rest is impact fees. It does have the dog park, the restroom, the open play, unique playground. The full site's a little over 11 acres, and only 3 to 4 acres of it is used by the community center itself, and the rest is in these parking areas, the playground, dog park, open play field, et cetera. And so there will be connections into the existing park with space for the community center right in the center. And then this one, to get to your question, Councilwoman Little Roberts, the O&M for this, there's about in the future FY28 timeframe, there's about 157,000, but 55,000 of that is one-time costs for equipment. And between the 100,000 that's left over for ongoing, 74,000 is anticipated for personnel and 27,000 in operating. And the personnel side of that would be the seasonal labor and the associated costs for like all the personnel line items. So, but that's not being requested in this budget, but just to be transparent, that's what would be coming.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Steve, of the 3.8, how much of that is for the construction of the parking lot?
Ooh, I don't know if we have that specific breakdown, do we, Mike?
So I think then maybe for a parking lot, what I'm interested in learning is how much of that is the parking lot, and then what percentage of the cost of the parking is MYB planning to cover?
Okay, we can get back to you between now and the next.
Perfect.
On that.
Great, thanks, Steve.
Any other questions? The next request is for the playground in what we're calling Tammy Street Park. It also has a name of Settlers Village Park is the name of the subdivision that it's in, but between Settlers Park and Settlers Village Park, those names often get confused. So we've been referring to it as Tammy Street Park because that's the street that it is on in Settlers Village Square subdivision. Ward has owned this site. It's basically the site of a couple of development lots. It's been there for years and years, but has no amenities on it. Since the city's taken it over, the neighborhood has reached out requesting to see if the city would consider adding a small playground. We have identified one, shared it with them, and bringing it forward to you. So this budget would add a playground to that park.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Steve, you know my appreciation for Tammy Street Park. I know a year ago when we were talking about Ninja Warrior, we were thinking about maybe trying to do something there, but at the time you had felt that the neighbors didn't want amenities on that space. And so help me understand I'm excited about this, but I'm just curious, what's changed? Because council, for your benefit, there's no parking lot there. It's only on-street parking. It is a patch of grass that's been there for, see, I'm 45, so at least 43 years. But help me understand kind of what the neighbor's response is going to be, that it's not going to be just their park, but I'm going to go there. I'm going to take my kids there. I'm excited to go play on this playground. Help me understand kind of what the conversations have been with the neighbors.
Sure. Well, I think the concern was over a community landmark level amenity like a Ninja Warrior course.
Okay.
It's not set up for that. There, like you said, there is no parking lot. But it is a public park. If you or anyone wanted to bring your kids and play on this playground, you could. But this is a small playground, not a destination playground. And so it's not intended to draw from the entire city, though anyone can use it that wants to. It's a smaller facility that would primarily be used by the neighborhood, though it is public and open to anybody.
Fair follow-up.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Steve, is with this one-time cost, is there also a plan then to do some kind of signage and branding around this particular park, or would you anticipate coming back at a later point in time?
Yeah, that would be a later point in time. I think we need to talk about naming. We need to talk about a lot of things. This would get the amenity in there.
Mr. Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Cameron.
Steve, for what it's worth, I think doing it all at the same time makes the most sense. And so whether that is, this gets approved and you guys work through that process, I think that we should create a presence when we build this, and it's like, hey, this is the name of the park, whether it's Settlers District, Tammy Street, whatever. I'm good with, we can figure that piece out, but I think it's important that we come and do it all at the same time.
I think we can add that to the conversation with this, and that's not a problem. Getting close to the end, I think this is one more. So Ustick Road, the title is 3 miles of landscape medians because in the CFP, there are 3 miles, but only 2 miles are hitting this year and 1 mile the following year. So 3 miles are coming. FY26 includes 2 of those miles, 10 mile to Black Cat, Linder to 10 mile. The Black Cat to McDermott section will come next year. This is for design, construction, and maintenance of those landscape medians, including landscape irrigation and some stamped concrete in those center medians. Presentations have been made to council earlier, I think late last year. But this is following up on those, and this is 2 of those miles.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
timing on this, is this when the roadway is completed, we come back in and do it, or is it gonna happen in conjunction with some of that construction?
Yeah, so as you know, one of these miles is already very well under construction between 10 Mile and Linder. And the timing, as I understand it, and Mike, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm gonna do my best. But this fall, if these funds are approved very early in the fiscal year, we'll be coming right in on the tail end of the current construction project and putting in the I think those improvements will be change ordered into the ACHD contract, if I remember right. Yes? Okay. And then the next mile is following after it, and we have those funds in time to just partner with ACHD on that one. Okay, and then Lakeview Golf Course improvements. I think this is the next last one. So we've been making lots of improvements out there, and these are a few smaller ones that we've identified that would make a big improvement. One is there's a lot of cut-through pedestrian traffic from Black Cat Road, and we would like to install 450 feet of 4-foot wrought iron fencing to prevent that pedestrian cut-through across the course. The second item is on the east side of the pond in this area, there's an existing lagoon that was needed with the old irrigation system, and it grows aquatic weeds, and it's no longer needed with all of the irrigation improvements and the new well that are out there. So we would like to regrade the pond, get rid of that lagoon, and along that far east side, get a gravel maintenance road under the net for repair access, because it currently sits back there at the back end of the water edge. And then finally, next to in front of the clubhouse, there's no signage that welcomes you to that says that it's Lakeview Golf Course, and we'd like to get a monument sign out there. And there are some, at that same time, there's some corners that always get cut and they're always muddy. And it's not a huge project, but just something we'd like to clean up along the way, add some asphalt there at the same time that we're adding the monument sign.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
Steve, just a comment, because it was 1 week ago that we held the Keith Bird Memorial Golf Tournament as part of Dairy Days.
Yeah.
And as I'm looking at what you want to do to continue to make this course better, I have to have a shout out for absolutely how beautiful that course looked. I had the opportunity to drive the entire course almost twice as we were preparing it for that golf tournament. And it was phenomenal, the amount of personnel out there, how good it looked for a municipal golf course. It was fantastic. I appreciate everything you guys are doing, but the sign needs to happen. So
Yeah.
I'll know what it is.
I see Kevin's back there, and he's our golf course superintendent, and standing for Ryan, but anyway, you guys are hearing this, and I just wanted to see if they were hearing it directly or if I needed to pass that on. But play is up. We've had 3 of our best months ever. So yeah, the improvements that we've made are noticed, appreciated, and turning into rounds played. So
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
how is the pro shop doing? That I just wanted to check in on that just because, there are quite a lot of expenditures and it looks like it's operating at a net loss. I know we get pretty regular updates from you on just overall golf course performance. I would love to have just a sense of that. It's always been in the red. I think it might just be kind of an accounting thing, actually. But I just wanted to understand that, why it looks so, yeah, negative.
yeah, I think it is, overall, the golf course is net positive. So it's not operating at a loss, but on the books, because of the way the rounds have been attributed to grounds maintenance in the past and not to the pro shop, and I've been working with Todd about kind of rearranging where revenues are accounted for versus, certain personnel, et cetera. But the golf course as a whole, including the pro shop, are paying for itself. And what looks like a net loss on paper is kind of an accounting reality.
Maybe another way to ask the question, are we losing money on the things we're selling?
Yeah.
That would be a no. We do mark up, it's cost plus for everything that we sell in the pro shop.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. So Lakeview Golf Course software, Kevin can speak to this if you want more details, but we already have 4UP software out on the course. This is a module that gets added to our existing software that's all about data collection. Insights for him about staff efficiency, equipment use, operations. It helps them coordinate job assignments, equipment maintenance tracking, and looking for ways to become more efficient and cut costs. I'm not as directly familiar with this software, but my intent would be to give them a year to use it, see how it is used, and how the efficiencies are identified. And like I said, it's a module to an existing piece of software, not new software. So I'll pause there and ask if there's any questions on that. And our last item is an attachment to an existing mower. Verticutting reel mower is for dethatching grass at the golf course. And it's an additional piece for equipment that we own, or a mower that we own, but it is a piece of equipment for it that'll help us keep the thatch under control out there. So I believe that is my last slide, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any additional questions for Steve at this time? Okay. Well, that gets us through all of the enhancement presentations. Council, we want to go ahead and take a 10-15 minute break, and then we'll reconvene. All right, council, we'll go ahead and come back from our break. I'm going to turn this over to the team and they're going to kind of walk through generally where we are right now with the budget. Then after that, we're just going to go back through each of the departments and just see if there's any additional questions, comments, discussion on the items from everyone now that you've heard the full presentation, and maybe it's informed some perspectives on items or not, so we know where we need to have additional conversation today or after today. So with that, who's going to do this? Todd? Okay, I'll turn this over to you, Todd.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, good morning, Mayor, members of council. Again, we appreciate you finding time to be with us today on this budget workshop discussion. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over the financials. You've heard the presentations, and this information was provided to you in the past. Made it pretty easy on us. You didn't really add or delete for us on this Excel file, so the file is still static. But what we're going to do is we're going to go over the budget for you line by line to an extent. So what we're going to do is we're going to highlight the top section first, which is what we call the base budget. You heard Robert talk about we've been working very hard over the last number of years to keep it flat, to bring in the I guess the execution rate between budget and actuals. And I think your departments have been doing a great job with that. So with that, looking at the very top line, first column, which is called the general fund, Fund 01, your total base revenues were $77.5 million. Those are the base revenues that we have calculated for the city of Meridian. Right underneath that, we'll go into the personnel, operating, and transfers. So these are your base expenses. We utilize the term base. Those are the services that you have provided or requested your departments to provide your citizens for the fiscal year 2025. So that is how much it costs to run the city for the services you approved for the fiscal 25 budget with adjusted cost factors. So with that, when you add up 77 million in revenue, personnel, operating, and some transfers, of 79 million, you can see that we have what we call our discretionary income of a loss of 1.5 million. Last year was the first year you heard from me that we've never had this before. So again, this is our second year now. We have a loss of 1.5 million before we get to any of the 3% allowables and other assumptions. I will take this moment. Again, this is not the greatest position to be in. What you're saying is we don't have enough money to pay for our bills at this moment in time without using other revenue sources to rely on to pay for the expenses that we have set forth. So with that, we have a $1.5 million deficit. You're questioning me, how do I get out of this? We do have the 3% allowable that you hear from me every single year. I will continue to promote to you to take the 3% allowable to cover your cost of doing business expenses. Right above or right below is what we call our assumptions, what I call cost of doing business, healthcare, COLA, and market adjustments. That is 1.1 million. Your 3% allowable is 1.5 million. Hence why I always promote take the 3% because that's going to cover my cost of doing business. Those three factors alone are the majority of what I call cost of doing business for the city. So I can at least tell you that by taking the 3%, you're covering the cost of doing business, which is fantastic. You're not creating any financial concern, but we still have the 1.5 million up above that I'm still concerned about. So you're asking me, how do I get rid of the 1.5 million? Well, luckily we have new construction this year. You have new construction, new annexation, new sales tax. That is what you're relying on to cover your base revenues versus base expenses. History in previous years, we've always used the new construction, new annexation, new sales tax to pay for new things. Unfortunately, we're in this position right now still that we need to rely on these new dollars to pay for our base. We are financially, we're fine. It's just not a financial business model I think we want to rely on, that we need new stuff, new revenues to pay for current base. I'm not saying we can't do that. I would recommend that we try to find a way to get out of this hole so that we can use the new monies to pay for the new things, for the new services and the impacts for the city. So when you add up all of our revenues and all of our expenses, we're at a profit of 469,000. So again, we're not financially hurting. Again, we have a profit position in the general fund of 469. When you take the base with all the new revenues, what we consider cost of doing business, you're at a profit position of 469. Now, this hasn't taken into consideration any replacements yet, though. And you'll hear from me. I do believe you need to have base revenues pay for replacements. We are now at a size of business where we probably need $1.5 million every year to pay for police cars, fire engines, computer replacements, software server supports. It's just a function of a bigger city. So we do need to, in my opinion, find some revenues to create a strong source of revenue to pay for ongoing replacements. It's going to happen forever and ever and ever and ever. It's not going to go away. So again, if we're at a position of $469,000 profit, before we've even talking about replacements, the replacements are going to eat into that 469. Just give you a heads up. But I know we're not displaying on this screen exactly, but just want to place in your mind, even though you have a profit of 469, we still have replacements of probably 1.5 that we still need to pay for. What you've been presented to from the council, or from the council, I apologize, from your directors today and your departments, that's what the next section is, ongoing budget requests. You've heard about these items, Lakeview Golf Course Software, Ustick Road 3-mile landscape. These are all the items that were presented to you in summary on a spreadsheet. For the general fund, we presented to you $58,000 worth of ongoing additional expenditure needs for fiscal year 26. So if you take the 58,000 from the 469 above, we now have what we call our new discretionary income of $410,000. So again, we're still in a profit position, which is strong, which is good. Then we get into one-times. One-times, these are the items that were presented to you today as well, in summary. There's that replacement number I told you about. Well, it's $2.8 million. Again, I believe for us to be strong and healthy from a financial perspective, we should have at least 1.5 million as available funds for ongoing replacement needs. It's going to be a function of our business. We're just a growing city now. So you have the 2.8 million in replacements, which we did not present to you in detail, but we did present to you in detail the following items, which are listed below, which gets you to a total one-time request of $10.1 million when you add that with the replacements and the ongoing above. The last hour and a half, we just presented to you for the general fund a request of $10.2 million for the fiscal year of 2026, which puts you at a use of fund balance request of $8.1 million, which then puts you at a total expenditure request of $90.4 million. So again, that is the general fund by itself. We are requesting from you, council, to consider a $8.1 million use of fund balance request for fiscal year 2026 for the general fund. And I could stand for any questions on that. I was just going to go over to the enterprise fund real quick.
But can you go back up
Yes,
to the
sir.
top, just to touch on the one point that you made, all the way up to the top? Part of the reason why you don't have any new positions in this budget is to get us out of this, get us away from this position. We didn't add more to the base. Yes, we are utilizing some of our ongoing growth, but we also grew tremendously over the last several years with several things. So we knew this was going to happen. We knew we would have a year, and this was the year that we said we didn't need to grow. We still have other elements. So are we there to where Todd would like us to get it for the ongoing one-time replacement cost? No, but also heard some interesting things at AIC this last time that maybe we should consider doing things a little differently as it pertains to some replacement items. And that's a different conversation for when Todd and I get together on certain things. But, this was all part of the plan in order to achieve what we've achieved over the last several years, where we knew we would have some of these costs. And, had our revenue been up like we had hoped and not been impacted by 389, well, it would feel a little bit different in this context. But that's why you don't have any new positions in the general fund, was to help us get out of this component on the top side of the personnel and operating. Just want to put that out there as for the conversation.
Agreed, Mayor. 3 years or 4 years ago, when we talked about expanding the city, we did know that we were going to have to utilize new revenues to get us caught up. So I agree with you, Robert, there. So with that, again, any questions? Just note that this does not include future safer concerns. Again, that top line does have our revenue offset to offset the expenditures. So when that federal grant does expire, those expenses will add to that very top line as a numerical standpoint. We've talked about this in the past. We do need to find revenue sources still to cover those expenses that will be coming due to the city in 2 fiscal years. I think Liz, you had a question?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Shader.
Just a couple questions. So that was kind of one of my questions was going to be how much we've accumulated toward offsetting safer. So that would be foregone from last year, right? To the tune of about 500,000, but then
Is that
that got eaten by, well, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, if Todd could just walk us through what we've got so far toward that.
No problem, Mayor. Liz, the only dollars that we have so far set aside is the foregone for fiscal 25 that we took this fiscal year. In these numbers that you have in front of you, I have taken that number away from you completely. So again, those numbers are not in here because I didn't want those to be considered. So in theory, you do have another 500 grand in revenue, but I took those off your table, off of the numbers completely. When I report to the citizens, those numbers will be in there. But since this is a budget workshop, I did not want the $500,000 to go, oh, look, I have 500 grand, let's spend it. The commitment was to utilize that for safer. So I have personally pulled that out of here. So in theory, you do have 500 grand more, but that's the only dollar figure I'm aware of that we've set aside for safer in 2028.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up.
Councilman Shader.
And then I recall in the last budget conversation, we had looked at, finance had projected certain amounts for property tax revenue over time. We had compared that to actuals, and there were years where we were a little bit, they're just very conservative in our approach. But I was curious if you've seen any difference in the property tax revenue that we've actually realized compared to our projections. At one point, we had talked about if we were able to sweep up, and I recall Council President Kavanagh had this concept of if we ended up getting more revenues actually coming in than we projected, that we could try to set those aside if they weren't consumed by something else. That was an idea that we had talked about, but I thought it would be good to just check in. How did we do in terms of the revenues we expected that measured up?
So for the only most recent fiscal year we've completed is 24, and we're off by 1%.
Right.
So the concept of where you're going, if they're, in this case, we collected 1% more. So going to kind of what Luke was talking about, hey, we have, 400,000 more dollars. Just remember, those were one-time dollars. The Ada County assessor, they actually help us determine what our revenue stream, and that is the property tax numbers that you have here are the property tax numbers we get. The savings or the extra earnings that you're referring to would be one-time in nature only.
Got it.
So if you wish to use it for one-time in nature expenses, completely supportive of that. The county will tell us what our new ongoing revenue source is, property taxes, and we can't adjust that in any form or fashion. But you do have savings, but those savings kind of go into what we call our fund balance. So you do have those available to you to some extent, if we have a profit at the end of the day.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Shader.
Kind of where I was going with it, I was just curious what your recommendation was going to be. If we wanted to transition replacements away from how we've currently been doing it, if we wanted to take a different approach over time toward replacements, like what would that look like? I'm just curious, could you use, for example, that as a source of replacements? How would you look at that? What would you recommend?
Well, currently we are utilizing fund balance to pay for replacements. We've done that the last few years. Ultimately, we need to figure out our ongoing expenses against our ongoing revenue streams. Again, it's going to be tough decisions. Where do you want to spend the money of ongoing revenues? And in my example, it's 1.5 million. That's not a small number. So it's just going to be tough decisions if that is the direction that we want to go. But right now, the decision has been to utilize the extra profit or extra revenues that we've got from property tax that goes into general fund balance to utilize those funds to pay for this one times. That's what we've been doing over the past few years. It is a financial mindset, but again, we have the funds available in our fund balance to pay for these one-time replacements.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Scher.
And maybe just one more thing. So, and then in terms of, I've seen at least projections from finance over time. I think they're based on growth committee, projections. They're not science. I mean, it's not a perfect science, right? But just looking at that, I mean, if that played out the way it was supposed to, this is actually one of the best years that we might have in terms of our ability to get out of the situation that we're in. Has anything changed in terms of growth committee outlook? What we think in terms of just construction activity that we see coming? Is there any material change from our last conversation?
Liz, there's no changes to the growth committee data that we provided you this year. We still see the city still growing. We're still a very healthy city. We're just not at pinnacle numbers that we were 6 years ago, 5 years ago. But again, we're still very healthy, pushing out 1,500 permits, 1,200 permits on an annualized basis. It's just at a declining factor as opposed to what it was in the previous 10 years. It's just a different mindset. We're still profitable, we're still not profitable. We're still getting a lot of interest from the development community for the city of Meridian, just at a slower pace than what we all got used to.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
probably as perfect a point in time to mention this as any other time. We didn't get to hear from community development today because basically their budget is exactly what it was last year. No changes, no new requests. They had 4 frozen positions, which they were willing to stop holding to help us. But with that being said, and with permits being down and being down the year before that, it's important for us to remember, and this is within the last 2 weeks, that currently, using the most conservative numbers possible, we're sitting on over 7,500 approved units between multifamily and single family in our city right now. That economic factors being what they are not starting forward. And this does not include the ones that have already said, hey, we're not going to do that. We're going to walk away. That number is closer to 9,000. Taking out all the ones that we think are going to walk away and not carry forward, that's still a really large number of just residential. It doesn't include commercial. It doesn't include industrial. Didn't have time to pull all those numbers, but we still have the potential to see growth pick back up. Maybe not to the highest numbers we've ever seen, but I certainly want to tell community development that keep those job descriptions handy and keep HR ready, that when these do pick up with any type of economic change, we could really start to see these existing ones. And we're talking existing from 2020 and before. So even before I sat on council and other members were on the council, we have these approvals. And we've done time extensions for various reasons for certain developments. But there's going to come a point in time where it's going to be a favorable time for them to come forward and start building. And we're going to have to be prepared for that. And that's not just going to be an impact to community development. We're going to see that being an impact to our public safety as well, because that's an awful big chunk that will be added to our population in this city when it happens. But I do think we need to be careful when we look at permit numbers today. We have to remember what's sitting out there, that when those dominoes start to fall, we could certainly see that picking back up.
I appreciate that, John. We, as a growth committee, we agree that, I hate to throw that, I mean, scare everyone, but we'll be 200,000 people. Population will be 200,000 in 25 years. So again, we don't see us not growing. We just see us growing at a slower clip than what a handful of us had gotten used to. So we agree with you. There's lots of growth opportunities. Again, we have another 55,000 people coming to the city in 25 years based on our growth projections.
And those are projections. I mean, if I think you would have looked at the growth committee 5 years ago, what were they projecting? They probably would have been projecting that we'd be lower than we are today based upon the downward trend. But then things happen, economy happens, people moves, decisions happen. So some of it you can project, some of it you have to live and experience. And I think even within this budget, one thing that doesn't Todd has not done. He's not taken all the money we're getting from our interest income and just putting it into an ongoing operational line item for everything. It's being added in. It is one-time money that is really helping achieve the replacements today in a lot of ways. So, you know, when the economy, the interest rates go one way, it helps us in other ways. When the interest rates go in the other ways, it's going to help us in the other to help us achieve certain goals because the projects that maybe were put on hold will go happen. Now, that's not true for every community in the state. You know, but for us, I think we are cyclical with the market in where we see our one-time revenues, because even though those can be projected as ongoing, they're not guaranteed ongoing. No different than our interest income is not a guaranteed ongoing. And, you know, the more we take from the fund balance, the less our interest is the next year. But, you know, otherwise, but it's also fungible. So we are, it on paper, it looks one direction, but I think we are making the right decisions through this process to achieve our outcomes without putting the money in one location, but using the money at the same time and not just growing fund balance for growing fund balance. Sometimes it is good to use those dollars for certain things as we help figure out exactly where the economy is taking us.
Thank you, Mayor.
Enterprise fund.
Yep, enterprise fund. So again, going to the enterprise fund, that's funds. We have our base revenues. I'll kind of go over with the same perspective of the general fund. They're generating $52 million of revenue, base revenues, personnel, operating, and transfers. You can see that they're generating $28 million of expenses. So these are the levels of services that you have asked us to, or asked the city to provide to your citizens for fiscal 25. So if we added nothing new, nothing different, this is what it will cost to run the business as of today. So again, they're generating a profit position or an excess revenue position of 23.49 million. Again, we utilize those funds for all of our future capital needs. Again, Lorelei has been in front of you multiple years telling you we have a lot of needs to meet our requirements. Those funds are going to help fill that bucket so that we can come to you and ask you for the funds debt-free. So with that, they generate 23 million. You heard from the enterprise fund ongoing requests. They had a few staffing requests to get you to a total of $429,000 in ongoing revenue or expenses. I apologize. That puts their discretionary income at 22.7 million to be utilized for other projects and or to fund the enterprise fund for future capital needs. They had $2.3 million in replacements. So again, kind of in the same vein, we want to make sure we have some ongoing revenues to cover their expenses. It's just a cost of doing business these days. So they have enough discretionary revenue to cover their ongoing replacement needs. Then you get down to their one-time expenses that they presented to you today. They presented to you $25.8 million worth of one-time project needs for fiscal 26. And you add that with the ongoing above, and the total requests for the City of Meridian's 26 budget for enterprise fund is $26.2 million. You take that from the total revenues, and they are requesting from you, council, to utilize $2.8 million of fund balance. Again, we put monies into fund balance so we can utilize them, and this is a great example of that. Save now for later. Again, the city is debt-free still. We're still probably 1% of the municipalities throughout America. Again, we're in a growth environment still. So I'm stand in front or sit in front of you and tell you that the city of Meridian still is debt-free. We have no plans to go into debt over the next 5 years. So again, a great position for the enterprise fund. We are looking to request 2.8 million of fund balance for fiscal 26 for the enterprise fund. And then the other part was the general fund, like I mentioned, was 8.1. So that's where you stand for your budget for fiscal 2026. Again, there were no removals, there were no additions during the budget workshop presentations. Again, I know we do have some parking lot items. I know that we have a request to discuss those. Robert, I think you wanted to go by department, or do you want to do parking lot items first?
I thought that we would just go through, that way people could highlight, everyone could highlight just work through the list, work through the department where people can identify any items that they would like to further discuss now or what is needed for the future. And we can just, we'll just go based upon how the list was originally presented. But starting with enterprise fund. Since, especially since I just covered that at this point in time. Are there any items in the enterprise fund that people felt like we need to have additional conversations now or in the future on?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I'm just wondering a little bit, as we look at our rate structure, given we're using fund balance, are we going to revisit that? Do we feel comfortable with that? If you could just speak a little bit to where we are, because we actually went down a little bit, but that was partly because of the elimination of a requirement. But could you just speak to where we are with sort of rate structure?
Yep, great question. So we will be coming back to you guys in, I want to say the next 2 to 3 weeks with our annual enterprise fund rate increase. And we do need small, when I say small, somewhere less than 3% rate increases to maintain enterprise fund solvency over the long term, primarily to, Todd's point of keeping up with increasing expenses. Our chemical costs, our power costs are really large. And so you guys will see that presentation. But so we have a fund model that we model out 10 years of the enterprise fund, and we can show you kind of what those rate increases will do. But good news is no drastic increases based on our known expenses, and but there will be small increases needed.
Anything on enterprise fund for parking lot? Okay, all right. Then let's go into IT. And there one item with the broadband or fiber extensions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I don't have any issue with the fiber extensions. I had just kind of asked for some follow-up information. I think that could come later on. It seems obvious to me why we're doing it and then the purpose of it. I just want to have a better roadmap about kind of like what our plan is. I don't actually think that needs to go into the parking lot at this point for me, since I had that comment.
Just follow-up information, got that. Other government. Fire department.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I think it's pretty obvious that the fire safety center should go into the parking lot with the community center discussion. That's kind of the tail wagging the dog. So I think we should have that important conversation first. It's not like we would be building that on a standalone basis necessarily. So I think I would just suggest that we go ahead and put that into the parking lot. I also think that the station remodel deserves further discussion in the parking lot, just to get everybody on the same page about what we're trying to do there.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
again, not something that we flagged because it's a replacement, just trying to get some better understanding about the 13 biothermal imaging cameras that are all set for replacement. Just what the replacement schedule is, why all 13 are needing to be replaced at the same time. Is it a software issue? Is it an equipment issue? Is it a timely issue? So just getting some better information on that.
You have that information now or, okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Actually, I do have an information request that's very general in nature, but because you have flagged the increase in replacement cost as being such a critical item and something that we need to keep an eye on, I would love to see, maybe just to see kind of everything. I mean, we do vehicles, for example, and I think we do a beautiful job on how we look at our vehicle replacements. I think for everything that's not a vehicle, if there is this great way of presenting the information on replacements outside of our typical base budget process, it just might be good for us all to get a different view of it, maybe sorting them maybe by materiality or putting them into broad categories. I'm just kind of wondering, is there a different way to look at the information that might highlight opportunities for us to find different replacement schedules? Or just let's take a second look at it if it's that if it's moving that much that we really need to start looking at that harder, I think let's do that.
Anything else on the fire? Okay, then move on to Parks and Rec.
So, Mr. Mayor, again, I don't know if this is something that council wants to talk about. The Settlers Park theming, I could go either way on that. I guess I'd like to maybe see that utilized at a different park. I think that Settlers Park is a known park, but if everyone else is comfortable with it, I'm happy to move past it. But I did want to at least get a conversation with our Parks Director about, again, in the replacements, the park facility life cycle replacements, getting understanding as to what that is and what those replacements are for. And then, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if this also correlates with a parking lot item, but we had talked during Steve's presentation about including some theming for the Tammy Street Park as part of the playground upgrade. I don't know if that's something that council wants to discuss at a later point in time.
On that one, let's just do it. Let's just have them come up with what the name's going to be. We have time. Like, this is a FY20, it's next year's budget. Frankly, we can have a year process if we need to. If they need to take the time to come up with the name before they do the playground, well, we can do that. So I think the only question I'd have for Steve is that enough money to have signage as part of that, or is that just the playground amount of money? And if so, what would be the additional amount of money that you'd want for signage for the point? I mean, frankly, can we pick up the one from Settlers and just go put it down and change the name real quick? And then that way we can go do Settlers if in the appropriate, I joke, but I don't know if it's $10,000 additional for signage naming for that size of facility, or it could be a budget amendment, but we're in the budget now, so. Yeah, but I don't see any reason not to move that forward.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
Yeah, I think on this budget, there's three line items that I'm struggling just whether they should be in there or not, even though they're one-time expenses. The Wi-Fi for Kleiner Park, and again, what we talked about with the theming and signing, and then the Tammy Street Playground, that's $500,000, those three items. I think they need to be done. I'm just questioning timing where we're taking from fund balance. I know we're not covering the whole deficit, but these things are nice amenities to have. I'm just, given the conversation we're having now, is it, do we need to do it now, or can it wait a year or two, or when our revenue outlook looks a little bit differently? So I might be on a little bit of a different page on, what we should do or how we should do it. But to me, the bigger question is, do we need to even pay for those things this year? That's the question I have. If we're going to pay for them, then that's fine. But I'm just a little bit concerned about the timing, why we would necessarily need to do it, because they're nice to haves, not need to haves in my mind. And I don't know if that's a parking lot discussion or kind of take each item individually, but the Wi-Fi, the theming, and then the playground equipment, I don't really see them as being necessary in this budget cycle. But open to the discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
I kind of feel like the Settlers Park theming maybe should be the last piece that comes in. Like, if you think about it, if we take a huge step back and look at the whole area, like we're considering an expansion either this year or maybe next year. We're looking at this community center expansion, which, you know, would be complete in, it sounded like 18 months or something along those lines. I feel like once we've built those things, at that point, it would make sense to me that we would look at the signage. There is a certain standard that I think we're trying to achieve as well in our parks. Like, we have a certain, I feel like the signage kind of gives you a sense as a patron when you come in about what to expect, about kind of like the quality of Meridian's parks. I tend to think that maybe we tackle that piece last. It would make sense to me to do that, you know, at the conclusion of these projects. Not necessarily in this fiscal year, I think. It could probably wait 1 year. The Wi-Fi, I have similar feelings about the Wi-Fi. I'm just not yet, I take a lot of comfort from your comments, Mr. Mayor, that this was something we were looking to achieve in our regional parks and we would be kind of done after that. At the same point, I also I am having a very hard time figuring out what successful Wi-Fi at the park should look like and what metrics, you know, we should be seeing there. So I think that one, I think if we're having a tougher budget year, that one likely should wait. But I'm kind of going back and forth about that one. So I guess that should be parking lot. The Tammy Street Park, you know, that area is pretty well served by regional parks. I do think, though, if we have a park and we own a park now that's been given to us, like putting a play structure there does make some good sense to me, as long as it's not something that's going to upend that neighborhood. There's no parking, you know. So yeah, that's kind of what's swirling around in my mind. Obviously, the community center, I think, needs to go in the parking lot to be discussed.
Anything else? All right, police. Anything in the police department?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
on the police with the vehicle, I just think that a larger conversation is probably needed for me to, I'm supportive of the vehicle. It's just maybe more the shared agreement that I'm gonna need some better understanding on when we partner with other agencies, when we don't, how that agreement breaks down. And while I'm sure there's good partnership between us and Garden City, the geographic differences are kind of caused me just a little bit of concern about, just don't want our residents to be at a loss because the vehicle is being used in Garden City. So that can certainly be handled for me offline or as part of a parking lot conversation.
Yeah, I think maybe one of the questions, maybe for the chief, even from an operational standpoint, is without the Garden City people or without our people, I don't think it can be utilized at all. So it's like, if it's being used in Garden City, our people are down there. No different than if it's up here, their people are up here.
Yeah,
Am I correct?
exactly. It is a joint team. So when we go on an operation, they are with us. When they go on an operation, we are with them. They are also joint with us on our impact team as well. They've provided a sergeant and an investigator that works with our impact team as well. So that relationship has continued to build between the two agencies and cities.
And I'm just going to speak probably more frankly than I should about Garden City. I know Garden City is reducing their police department this year. So if we're looking for a financial contribution from them, it may be a bigger challenge if that's the expectation. But their revenues are in a place where they won't have all their officers. They had a retirement that they're not replacing, is my understanding from their conversation. So they're just in a little different place, depending on what our expectations may or may not be from an operational standpoint with them.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
Chief, if we didn't have the partnership with Garden Valley or Garden City, would this be something you would want to do anyway?
Yes, we just have to add more members to our team,
Okay.
which is always a little bit of a stressor on your other resources.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Really, and apologies, I didn't quite understand that it was a joint team that works in collaboration. So you'll have to forgive me, Chief, because I'm thinking in terms of call times with our friends in the fire department. So we need to, deploy this apparatus and a call comes in. What is the timing from when this is needed before Garden City gets to Meridian or we go pick them up and get to the call? What does that timeline turnaround look like?
So I would say it depends. If it's a pre-planned operation, obviously
Sure.
they're ready to go. Just like anything, they're going to have to wait on our resources. We would deploy this vehicle immediately. If we knew this vehicle is needed for the operation, they would respond to the command post. And that's when they would then be involved in that, just like our officers would.
Okay.
We would have someone from our station deliver it to the command post. Our SWAT operators would all respond from their assignments or if they're on their days off and at that central location where the Bearcat would be.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
just a quick clarification on your screen. The motorcycle says 36.5, but I believe in the budget book it was 41.5. Is there?
One of those is a replacement vehicle, which is why I believe one is a replacement motor and the other is the spare motor, which is going to be fully equipped. So when the replacement motor comes, we'll transfer the equipment from the motor that's going away to that vehicle so we don't have that cost. But the spare motor will be fully equipped so that we're now not trying to take equipment from one thing to another if it's broken down. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think in the notes it. Okay, ongoing costs. Got it.
So I think that gets us through the various components, unless I was missing something. It sounds like parks with the related fire item is really where the conversation is residing. Did I miss one in my head? I didn't hear the top two as.
I just need to update the parking lot items if you give me a quick second.
And maybe just my perspective on some of this, I think that when we talk about, and when Todd talks about kind of like the replacement dollars, I don't want to use the word tough budget year in that context for one-time expenses. Todd, is our fund balance healthy? One-time dollars are very healthy for our needs. Todd was really talking about trying to get your replacement dollars into your ongoing expenses so that you weren't using fund balance dollars. It's a little different question, I think, at least for me, when we talk about the things that are being proposed about whether or not the budget can handle those items. Whether you want to do them or not, totally separate. I get that conversation, but I don't think that from this standpoint, for me, these are necessarily one-time, or these one-time projects are budgetary concern today for the revenue. But whether or not you want to do them, so totally get it from that standpoint. But to achieve what Todd was talking about, finding more ongoing revenue to achieve replacements of existing material or existing items, that is kind of where you were heading down that road, where this budget currently has, of what's not being spent is actually being applied in that case here. So, you're a little bit under the 2 million rather than using one-time So just want to at least put that and frame it if I best and I could. Not saying that big means that you should or shouldn't do them. And if you want to put them off, I don't know that you're going to have a lot of concerns from the staff perspective in some of those, but you know, putting together plans and timing is a whole nother issue.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I think on that point, I think it would be if if for some reason the rate of growth in our replacements is like outpacing our ability to collect revenue on a long-term basis, like that would be more my concern. Just kind of more of a high-level perspective. How are we doing on replacements? And just trying to wrap my head around that. I think that's a long-term issue to solve. Like, I don't think we're going to solve that issue in this budget. I just think it's something that our CFO has articulated as an important point. I think we do need to get our heads around that and start paying. I mean, we do pay close attention to every penny, but I think paying special attention to replacements probably is warranted. On the parking lot items, the fire station remodel, I can kind of at least articulate how I'm thinking about it. What was important to me is I didn't want to feel like we were just giving a blank check in the sense of just go ahead and remodel any fire station. I don't think that this is the approach that we should take. I don't think that is what you're proposing either. I think it would be good if we have a commitment, like if this is really iterative, which is how this feels to me, then I think as long as we have good understanding and alignment that the fire department's going to continue to come back and provide updates about the operating model that they are targeting in the medium term and working on the long term. Understanding that, I think, informs us on what we're doing with our station remodel. So as you're having those conversations, as you get a sense from the design process of what is possible, that should marry up with the operating model. And I guess my guidance for the fire department would be, I think you need to keep coming back and having some check-ins on that because these things should go together. So I just want to make sure whatever we're doing at Station 1, for example, if it's like we want to support multi-company at Station 1, let's understand that that's the operating model that we want to embrace and why, and make sure that the design can be achieved and that we're kind of doing it all together. That's all. I just didn't, I think it does matter what order we do them in, how we do them. So that was part of why I had thought it was worth further discussion.
And I think that what you would have come back is at least with the remodel, here's what we could do out of this engine, out of this station. We could run these 1, 2, or 3 scenarios. And here's what we would expect immediately based upon the additional remodels that are going to be occurring. Because I think that there's 2 parts of that conversation. We need a place to run 2 out of. So that's why this one has to accommodate at least 2 full-time things. Otherwise, it doesn't work for the rest of our remodels. Yeah. Now, beyond, I don't know that I've heard that we want to go beyond 2 full 8-person stations. That's not been communicated. If that's a different outcome, then I guess we'll hear about that too. But yeah, I do expect that that's what you will see in here. And it is an ongoing iterative conversation.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, if that's kind of the approach and we're all nodding and we feel good about that, I'm okay with pursuing that. At least personally, I think that's that what you've articulated makes sense to me. We'll hear what the options are, but yeah, and then that's a good point because it is a domino effect with all the other stations. Then another station needs to perhaps move into Station 1 temporarily. So there's just a lot of moving pieces with this remodel project. Sounds like it will take a number of years and that's probably the right way to do that and take our time. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, I just updated the slide for parking lot items. We were talking about the fire station remodel. Are we still good to keep it in the parking lot?
Maybe Councilmember Schrader, if you want to pose that question and we can maybe discuss it.
Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I was curious how every year we have a different budget. Like every year we kind of are innovating a new process, but like in the past, we've done sometimes individual motions on parking lot items has given us clarity as a group. I don't know if that's helpful. I'm happy to suggest that we move forward on this one fire station remodel with the understanding that we're focusing on Station 1 and the fire department will be coming back with updates on their operating model. But I wanted to sort of check with you, Mayor and Council President Kavner, is that the approach we want to take? Do we want to kind of vote on individual parking lot items to get things moved forward? Do you want to come back in a couple weeks? Like, how do you guys want to tackle it?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
here's council, I guess I would at least urge some caution today about pulling anything out of the budget. I think that this is step one is they provide us the book, we process the information. Part two, staff provide a presentation, provide an opportunity for questions. I think it's important that we take a little time and kind of marinate on the conversation before we make a decision about this should come out or it should stay in. So I would at least urge some caution about pulling anything out of the budget today. But certainly if these are things that from a parking lot, either we want a larger presentation at another budget hearing or at a workshop, or for instance, if you need to go meet with the director and talk through a particular item, you have the space to be able to go and do that. So I think in the past, Councilmember Strader, we have taken those votes in that second budget hearing. I don't know if we're going to need a second budget hearing. We can talk about that here in a minute, but I would just urge, unless we're all feeling very strongly about something, I would urge some caution about taking anything out of the budget today.
I think for me, the question is what needs to stay on this list? And this list expanded when I thought things were coming off the list. Cause I was like, I thought I heard that like the police response vehicle had been cleared off. I thought fire station had been cleared off. Replacements weren't necessarily part of this other than follow up. I thought that we were really just in the community center and a few parks items for conversation. And the question for you all is, do you feel like you're in a place where you can make decisions on that or not today in the next 5 to 6 hours? Or do you just want to say thank you, be done, and come back and do a separate meeting on those items? How far do you think you can get today in doing this?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
Actually reinforcing just what you said and kind of where Council President Kavanaugh just came from. I haven't been speaking on many of these because in the past, when we said we wanted them on the parking lot list, it was because we're going to talk about them later. But items like the PD rescue and response vehicle, I thought our answer was very good from the PD that if it was just our SWAT team, we would request this and we knew it was just for us and we wouldn't be having this discussion, that the discussion was only because we were not quite clear on how that worked by having a team with Garden City PD. So I have no reason to see that still remain on a parking lot list and not see it go forward. But we need to establish how we want to have these discussions on each one of these individual items. If we leave them all in the budget at this time and have further discussions down the road, I would support that.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
I'd like to clear off as many of these as we can, because some of them are clearly for discussion purposes. If there's a budgetary impact in terms of a desire to remove them or change it, I agree with Councilman Kavanaugh not to make those decisions today, but get additional information. So my preference would be to kind of go through it and have the discussion we want to have, and then decide, are we good to remove it, or is there going to be a budgetary request by a member at some point? So, but I don't want to vote on any changes today necessarily if we decide there's a budget change request coming from council.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
perhaps at least something maybe to get conversation going is, I think to my good colleagues' points, fire station remodel, I think can come off the parking lot. The PD rescue and response vehicle can come off the parking lot. The other items that are on there that are largely parks focused, minus some of the replacements, there's some other conversations there, should all probably remain. And what I think is, council, do you want to have a further presentation or questions with our parks director and staff now? Or put together some questions that you're looking to have, sending that to our parks director for a follow-up presentation at our second budget workshop?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Whitlock.
My preference would be to to go ahead and have the conversation today. It's not at least what I heard in the presentation was, these are in the plans. This is part of our regional park Wi-Fi development plan. And I think, for that particular item, we need to decide, are we ready to do that and continue with the commitment or the plan that we had in place, or do we need to hold off on it? What I heard from Todd and from the mayor is that our one-time opportunities are not in jeopardy. I mean, it is $500,000, but we have a very healthy fund balance. So I don't know that I need more information from Steve. I think I just have to come to a determination in my own mind of, does it make sense to hold off for the sake of holding off? Or does it make sense to proceed because it's part of the plan that was laid out? So I'd like to proceed, maybe, after lunch or even now, if everybody would like to do that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's just an interesting budget year compared to a lot of our past budget years in the sense that, like, I think everyone's done a really good job in the whole process of really narrowing down to the essentials. There aren't a lot of ongoing expenses. I guess the Wi-Fi for Kleiner Park, I kind of look at that one as something that we can make a decision on today. I think that's true actually for all of these items. I guess I would say I think the identity theming reinforcement should sort of be discussed last. In terms of priority, I feel like discussing the community center is a big priority. Where my head's been at with it in terms of the community center, I'm supportive of trying to find a way to move it forward, knowing the timeline and kind of understanding when we would actually be taking on the operating expenses associated with it. I think the Parks Department's done a phenomenal job of trying to map out how that would work in detail. And it really has given me a lot of comfort on kind of how we're proceeding on that. The tricky thing, I think, with this is really its adherence to that plan. So, we're building a really big asset, and there really wouldn't be, at least based on the projections that finance has showed us, I don't think we have a ton of wiggle room in being able to change our staffing plan or move up ongoing expenses. So I guess I think partly is a question back to Director Sidaway, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, if we could maybe chat with him in the afternoon or just kind of really drill down on that, because that to me is the biggest risk. It's really commitment to following that plan through. But I think a solid plan has been articulated about how to achieve that.
And we're happy to have that. And as long as I'm mayor, you have my commitment, but FY 28 is the start of roughly a new, there'll be election right around that time frame. So, you never know about the next person, but Steve, I think I've held Steve's feet to the fire on this one pretty hard, and he understands that this is what I've limited and committed to from an operational model that to achieve that. We can have that conversation with them, but to me, the community center is the item that we need to, frankly, I don't know what else you feel like you need to make a determination whether this should stay or leave, but if we can get that one resolved, the other ones can be done even in a workshop before a meeting where we can cancel the second workshop, which I know would help one of our colleagues, when that comes forward. But if we can at least get through that, I think we can knock all these out one way or the other. And, if it's, you'd prefer to delay a couple of items for a year and see where we are, no one's going to be upset about that. But the community center, I think, needs to be addressed today as best we can. On if you want it out, we need, let's just try to make that decision. If you're fine with it moving forward, let's make that decision. Then we can communicate with the community what's in the budget, 99% of it. So would you like to have that further conversation with Steve now? Do you want to take a break and reconvene in a little bit, or just bring him up and have whatever further conversations we need to?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, maybe we take a break and to just give everyone a minute to digest things and think for a second. I would add, the only thing I'd add to the parking lot is a parking lot item every year is foregone. I mean, and I think, at some point we have to vote on that anyway, according to law. So I don't know if we want to have a discussion around that or
We have no foregone for this year
proposed, yeah. That's something I am still, I want to be honest, I'm struggling with, just because, I've looked at the projections and we don't know exactly how things will play out, but if the growth committee projections are correct, then we're in a pretty tough spot. So I don't know when we're going to discuss that, but that should probably be something that's either built into our process or added to the parking lot, I would say.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
maybe I'll just propose, I would like to maybe take a break and have lunch before we discuss the community center, but the other items that are on there, we could probably just deal with them now, maybe the next 15, 20 minutes. The ones that I kind of had brought up, and then take a break, come back and have the community center and any other sort of discussions, if that makes some sense. Because I don't think, the things that I kind of flagged that are on there, I don't envision them taking too terribly long.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Counter.
for one more item to add is, we did have a handful of reclassifications this year, and so I would like our HR directors to give the council some understanding on the process, how those and why those are requested, not the specific departments, but just to give us a flavor about the steps our staff go through when these reclassification requests are made, so we can all be on the same page with that.
Mr. Mayor, it's me. Lunch will be here around noon, so it's preset.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Counter.
in light of that information from our good clerk, if everyone's comfortable, let's jump in, and then right around noon, if needed, we can take a lunch break and then come back. So, Mr. Mayor, I think you probably want to start with community center, and I don't know if it's discussion amongst the council, if there's other questions that we have for our parks director, where you'd like us to begin.
Well, I think if people prepare for the community center, I think, again, that's the biggest item that impacts several things that may determine your viewpoints on other items. I mean, kind of in a lot of way, the identity theming reinforcement, because you're doing a update to the park, kind of to me flows into that conversation just a little bit, because what you put at the entrance to that side of the park, frankly, to me, should align with what you do at the other side of the park. That's just me, and so, but, if a little green sign that says Settlers Park is appropriate on that side, because we're not going to, then, so anyways, but yeah, if we're good with the community center, I'd just say, Steve, maybe come on up or you're close enough, you don't have to come up. But I'm happy to take conversation on the community center.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
well, then let's kick off the community center. Because Steve has been in front of us, I almost say a dozen times as we've gone through different variations of what this was going to look like, where it was going to go, how it was going to function. The many iterations as this has gone through, we've all been parts of that. And we've been going through that whole thing. And I get a little nervous when we talk about now stopping or just having those discussion moments, because I think we've been committed to this process since the beginning, that this is what we wanted to see in our city. I think you have laid out your staffing model, the fact that we're looking at no new staff until at least FY 30, 31, and 32, how we're going to integrate with the MYB baseball and the parking lot, how it's going to be the art that's going to be brought into that community center that's going to actually support the theming of Settlers Park. I don't know how many more questions you can answer, but I need to go back to one of the basic fundamental issues that came up when this was first being proposed, and that had to do with the impact fees. Because if I remember correctly, one of the reasons why we moved forward to this date is there's a time frame that you need to use these funds by. And if this was something that was going to get delayed too long, there was a chance we were going to lose that window to use those funds.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Overton, not to shoot myself in the foot, but I think we have time to expend the funds. It's when we were talking with Todd, because it's the life of the impact fee fund, there is a sunset. I think, is it 8 years? There we go. We have 8 years to spend them. So there is a window, and that window is coming, but it's not critical. The more important part of that timeline is the impacts to the impact fee update, which need to happen, and we have a large fund balance. The fund balance comes off of future impact fees that can be calculated, and in the mathematical equation, it's in our best interest if we have those obligated before entering into the next impact fee study. That's the more crucial part in my mind.
You'll reduce the impact fees that we receive, thus costing more to do projects out of the general fund.
Yeah.
In the future, because we won't have the funds revenue from impact fees to achieve those outcomes.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Overton.
So when I look at this as an overall project, I try to think, what are the most basic bonuses to the community? And we go from a very small, I mean, it was our old police department, then it became your little community center. And now we're looking at a real community center, you know, suitable for a city our size. I look at us moving the fire training center into that, the fire education center into that, bringing it to where the people are. I look at solving a parking issue that we've had for years and years in the subdivision with having people overflow into the residential area, and now providing additional parking for the baseball games and tournaments. And then the fourth one was just brought to us today, was that now, because we bring this project forward, along with the Brighton project, that we can see the expedited fix to the intersection of Ustick Road and Venable. Again, another bonus for not just us, not just another project coming, but to the residents that live there that are already having issues now. It was a list of all the bonuses to the community by having this project go in the timely fashion we were looking at and in the location we were looking at. Is there any other bonus that I'm missing out of those four? Is there more additional ones you can think of?
You know, the positive impacts on the community, I think, are tremendous in terms of being able to, what that community center can offer and what it'll become. But in terms of specific project bonuses, I think you've ticked off the list that I would mention. If I were to add something right now to this conversation, it would be my commitment to both the timeline and the staffing model. I think that's really what I hear this coming down to. And we've come up with a staffing model that we would be asking for 2 promotions of existing positions with the opening of the community center in FY28. I'm in alignment with the mayor that we're not asking for operational dollars until FY28, and our instructions to the construction team would be sequence this so that we are opening in FY28. That could be as early as October of 27 at the earliest, but it could also be spring of 28 or summer, depending on how that lines out. But the commitment would be that we're not opening the community center prior to October of 27 in FY28. No new staff for the community center to be added to those 2 promotions and until the FY 30, 31, 32 timeframe. And we update the CFP every year. And so that would be ongoing conversations with you. If we get into it and we see, you know, someone, it can bump out, it needs to move up sooner. I mean, we will have those conversations with you, but that is what our current plan is. And it certainly would not be happening anything faster than what we are proposing to you today.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
And that is my biggest worry. And I really appreciate you stating that on the record and stating it so strongly that that's your commitment. Because if things change, the cavalry's not coming with additional staffing, but you have done the work to demonstrate that you can do it. And I mean, I put you guys through the ringer and I really felt like you were prepared and you have articulated a plan. I feel like all these parts are coming together and all of our budget pressures, while significant, I agree that they're not around one time and they're really much more around operating costs. So I appreciate you addressing that with that commitment on the record. I can be in support of pursuing the community center. I appreciate you stating that so clearly because that for me was the biggest hangup.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
I agree with Councilwoman Strader and appreciate her comment and your comment as well on the record. I also appreciated her thoughts on just the whole theming of Settlers Park. I mean, truly, this is one of our jewels in our Meridian Park system. And I don't think it has the theming or the kind of attention that we've given to the other jewels. Kleiner is just amazing with what the theming is, and our citizens go there, visitors go there, and they're proud of what they see there and they recognize it. I frankly think we undersell Settlers Park with a waist-high green sign at the entrance off of Meridian Road. But I do agree with what Councilwoman Strader said. This is going to be something spectacular with the expansion of the park, with the community center, and with the theming. And I think we've got a real opportunity. I'm just kind of ambivalent. Should we start the theming process right now and build that in so that when you're coming up Venable, you now know you're headed to the community center in Settlers Park? Do we do something at the corner of Meridian and Ustick as well? Or do we wait until it's all built and then say, let's move forward? What are your thoughts on that? Because I could go either way.
We can do it either way, but I do kind of like the thought of let's maybe postpone this a year, get the community center itself under construction, and then move into a theming discussion that might be a little broader based on what is happening along Venable and that entrance, as well as the existing entrances. So, I guess I will propose that maybe we push this one to FY27. The identity and theming portion of that.
Let me ask a question, maybe going towards a little bit of what Councilman Cameron talked about. Do you want to push it? Do you want to look at another park that was further on the list to go explore that? Do you want to put some of the money towards Tammy Street if that were to move forward? I think you have several different options to consider if you wanted to delay this one. And in essence, you'd be delaying it 2 years, frankly. Well, maybe 1 year, because if you were to come in online with it in October 28, you need 27. So I'd take that back. It'd be 1 year. But I think that's food for thought for council. You've heard at least the director say that this one can be pushed a year in conversation. I don't know about the CFP. Move up 1 year, delay it for the next one since you're doing it every other year. But those are small conversations.
We do have items in there every other year. I'm trying to remember which one is in there next. I would need to pull it up, but I could do that.
Garrett's got you covered back there.
Thanks, Garrett. Okay, so the sequencing was going to be Settlers Park, then 8th Street. So that one did come to mind for a reason. Followed by Bear Creek, Gordon Harris, and Tully. So every other year, kind of 26 through 2034 is rotation in there. If you would like to just flip 8th Street and Settlers, we could do that. We could take on, but if we just flipped it, the Settlers Park would be coming in FY28. after it's open. So kind of like the idea of doing it in 27 so that we can bring it online along with the other construction. But
Steve, how much of a you've got a 10% contingency built into the current number, right?
it's not 10%, 5%. I think we have a 5%.
5%. I mean, frankly, rather than getting out of sequence, could you use the money that's there and if necessary, come in with a budget amendment at the end for any additional components rather than getting out of sequence or doing something else as a thought process? I don't know, council side thought on that, trying to build that in to that element. Because you're really kind of doing part of the park with that money in theory on the east, and you have two other entrances. I don't know if you're thinking about going beyond the entrances. That's kind of the question I didn't know. Some of the other ones you've gotten a little further into the park. I don't know that the park needs it, other than just the entrances need a refresh.
And answering those specific questions was going to be part of the process with the artist or whoever we work with on the signage, because it can be a play both on the signage and some things internal. Bike racks have happened in Discovery as an example, or other things, but the focus for me is the signage. I mean, that's where the need is. I agree.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Maybe what would make sense is if we push this off by 1 year, would you be okay with just shifting your whole CFP around theming and identity 1 year? Like we could just push everything, so it doesn't kind of get jammed up, because you've been doing every other year. Like, would that cause like a bad impact to 8th Street? Is there something dire happening there where we really think that the theming and stuff needs to happen? Doesn't sound like that's urgent to me.
If council's on board with that, it's fine with me.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think it makes sense to push it a year and just kind of push all the theming a year. Just push everything
Full
a year.
sequence by 1 year.
Yeah, and then that matches up with our timing, gives you a chance to sync up with the actual kind of grand opening of the community center. It's not an urgent need at this moment, so we're kind of pushing off something that can wait a little bit. I think that makes sense. And then I do think with the Tammy Street playground, just to jump around a little bit, like that one to me, I think some sort of signage is appropriate so that it's clear to people that it's a public park. So that people feel confident using it, that it's not an HOA park. And yeah.
So council, community center, we've heard from half of the council on the community center. It sounds like we might be able to get 3 of the items related to this off the list with further conversation on the community center, then we can move into that one.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I'll comment on the community center. I think this was the first project that you and I met on when I was first elected. And we were talking about different locations. We hadn't quite purchased it. So this has been the one project I've kind of watched sort of evolve over the last little bit. And I'll say you probably have one of the funner jobs in the city, because you get to do the things that bring us joy. And Lorelei gets to talk about water and wastewater, and that's wonderful. But you get the fun job, Steve. So I think you've done a really good job as this project's evolved. Last year, I kind of pushed you a little bit hard on sort of a financial plan with staffing models, and you did an excellent job. Like when we met, I think it was December or November.
Yeah.
Was very impressed with sort of the different scenarios and kind of how that's evolved. So I think to Councilwoman Schrader's point, you've done an excellent job in the level of detail of really helping us see like what it would look like, not what you think it could possibly look like. It seems like the plan that you're going to follow. And in terms of how you're bringing on the staffing and how that's kind of stretched out, I think you guys have done an excellent job with that. And I'm kind of in the same place with Councilwoman Schrader. I think the only concern I have is with the lack of revenue that we have right now, it's a little bit of a leap of faith to move forward with the construction, assuming that we'll then be able to easily pay for the operational side of things. So given that, I've thought more about the timing of this than anything else really with the budget, if it's appropriate now or to wait a year and kind of see how the discussion with additional revenue goes. But it does seem like there's more benefits than none. I feel like you've got a pretty good plan. I think there's a commitment from from you, from the mayor, from everyone to make it work. So it's a bit of a leap of faith for me, but I think I'm comfortable with probably moving ahead with the community center as proposed with that. I like your idea of holding off on the theming discussion on this till a little bit later. That makes a lot of sense. I think with community center, I'm probably satisfied with where we're at with the plan that it is, because like I said, I think you've done a lot of work the last 12 months, not just with the design, working with the fire department, working with the staffing models. I'm probably pretty comfortable acknowledging on the record, it is a little bit of a leap of faith to begin the construction, how we're going to make sure that the operational side works. But I think that's where I'm at right.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
just a point of clarification, if we get to the agreement point of taking the community center out of the parking lot, does that also take the Settlers Park expansion off along with it, as that's part of the project?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schrader.
Well, I think what we would be doing actually is we'd be taking that item out of this year's budget, but it would come back in a year.
That's the identity theming, not the park
Oh,
expansion. They put it on the
sorry.
park expansion.
You're right. I think that's a great point. Yeah, no, the park expansion obviously goes together completely. They match up and have to go together, I think. And same thing with it's not on here specifically, but the Fire Safety Outreach Center, I view it as a package deal, to your point. Yeah, that's a really good point.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Steve, I'd asked some questions about agreement with MYB and parking lot construction cost and what their proportional share is. I don't know if you've had time to get an answer to that yet.
I haven't yet. I was texting my team. We have a budget that doesn't have that kind of a breakdown. Can you take it? Yeah. I'm going to invite Mike up to help answer that. Thanks.
Councilman Cavanagh. So if you remember the site plan for the community center, there's kind of a parking lot in the northeast side of the community center site. In that parking lot, that's the one that we've designated as MYB available, even though they're all kind of available. So that parking lot has 217 spaces. And if you take a cost of $5,000 a space, which is kind of a good planning level number for that, it's a little over $1 million. So our calculation is that MYB would occupy that roughly 50% of the time. The other 50% of the time, it would be designated for public use, community center use, events in Settlers Park. So it was, that's kind of how we came up with the $500,000 number that MYB would be responsible for.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I guess, Mike, I'm going to challenge a little bit on this. We wouldn't be building that lot if it weren't for MYB.
We
wouldn't be building that lot to that size then if it weren't for MYB.
It's hard to answer that because it's a little bit hypothetical that going through the design process, I mean, I would say that if the baseball complex still exists, even if it was just grass, it would be a big event lawn of some kind. I think we still would. I think if it was another organization that used that complex, whatever their name was, whether it was baseball, soccer, whatever, we're short parking. So we need the parking. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
And Mike, I'm not disagreeing that we need the parking. It's that I'm a little surprised at I'm surprised at the lack of a proportional share from MYB on this. We have really been over backwards and done a lot of work to accommodate MYB in there. And I'm surprised that they only are willing to pay, I guess, half of the cost to construct. I think that's a big deal. I think that they need to be spending more than half for a lot that they are the beneficiary of that. Yes, there will be an occasional family that wants to use the field that will maybe park there. It very well may be occasionally overflow from the community center, but that lot is being built predominantly for their use. And for them to only come in at half just seems that maybe we're missing the mark there.
And I think a little bit of what goes into at least the thought process and maybe the calculation is, MYB does a great service for the community, and we love supporting their effort. They, based on the presentation that they gave you a couple of months ago, they talked about the number of volunteer hours and the participation and all those things that go into a successful youth sports program. A lot of cities take on youth sports themselves, and if this is something we've never thought that the city should be responsible for that, so we want to support them.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
we did a similar agreement with PAL for parking at Heroes.
We did.
How much did PAL contribute and how many spaces did we add as a result of that?
Yeah, I want to say it was about 175 spaces. And it was 50% of the cost of the parking. So PAL contributed up to, we had a budget of 800,000. PAL said that we'll pay you back up to $400,000. On that particular project, bids came in really low. So it didn't end up costing either the city or PAL quite as much as we thought it was going to cost, but it was roughly that same 50% share.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
just a couple clarification points. Before we bought this land and West Data owned it, do we have any idea how many parking spots on that gravel dirt surface were available for MYB?
Yeah. Yes. So gravel's a little bit hard because, I mean, we made it large enough for 125 parking places. It's not striped, and so it's not organized. So we don't know how many fit there.
Right.
People leave a lot of room between each car. So we might be getting 50 or 75 out of the 125. That is, if it was lined, it would be 125.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Overton.
So when we took over ownership of the lot and we build this, we're displacing all of those spots that existed before as we're building all of the additional parking and hopefully siphoning a lot of that parking that was happening out of the neighborhoods to the north. At the same time, are we making sure that whatever contract or agreement we've got, that they all know it's first come, first serve, and they don't try to stake ownership of any particular parking spots when they need them?
Absolutely. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a public park. It's a public parking lot.
Other comments, conversation, statements on the community center?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Steve and team, I know I've been kind of a thorn in your guys' side on this particular one. And to my colleagues' points, I think you've done a really good job of answering really, really hard questions. And Councilmember Overton hit the nail on it. There's a lot of bonuses that come with this project. Here's where my reluctancy is. And that is, it's very possible that this council will consider a public safety levy, and we very well could ask the voters to come in and give more money to the city to cover public safety. Asking potentially for a little over $5 million. If I'm a resident, I'm a taxpayer, and I see the city's asking me for $5 million while they're building an $18 million community center. As a resident who's uninformed, I'm going to be scratching my head and asking, how do those two align? So I think you've done a remarkable job of answering all the hard questions. And I think philosophically, I'm in support of where we're headed. I just have concerns about how our residents are going to perceive what the city is doing in light of what we're asking.
Mr. Mayor, my answer to someone that asked me would just be focusing on the different pots of money, primarily park impact fees through development process versus the public safety fund that's being asked for. But that's where I would come from.
So council, what I heard was we can take this soft list and leave it in moving forward without an additional conversation, unless it comes up in the final budget. public hearing. I mean, I'm based upon numbers of where I hit my mat. So we can take off the parking lot, the community center, the park expansion, and push out the identity theming reinforcement for consideration in next year's budget. Everyone good with taking those items off the list at this point in time? I don't make it so. How about Tammy Street? That's kind of where Councilwoman Schrader kind of took us into that with some of her comments. So I figured that'd be a better one to go to next rather than,
Mr. Mayor?
yes.
Right. So I like the idea of adding a little budget for some signage. I do think that that would be prudent. I think that, we've learned from past mistakes naming parks after the subdivision leads the subdivision to think of it as an HOA park. I think it should have a different name, and we'll need to come up with a process to do that. If I were asking for a budget today, to be able to have flexibility for what that signage might be, it's probably more than we need, but the budget number that talking with Mike earlier would be about 35,000. Can we get a $10,000 sign? My answer is yes. If you just want a small sign, we can like the ones that we've put in at the entrance of Story Park would be the example I would give, or what you saw at Settlers Park. I mean, we can do those for $10,000. If you want us to consider something more with an artist, and I don't know what that is, that's why it's definitely got some room in there. If you want something simple, give me 10,000. If you want to give me some flexibility to do something more, give me 35 as a budget, and we'll come back with what it is, and you can approve what it is at that point. But those are my thoughts about the sign.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I think we need a consistent approach. So I guess my question back to you would be, like, what kind of signage do you think citywide is the standard for? Would this be considered a pocket park? I feel like that's kind of what this is.
Size-wise, it is definitely in that pocket park size. I think it's on our list as a neighborhood park because it serves the neighborhood, but it is definitely the smallest of those, that type of park. Our typical neighborhood park is 7 acres plus. As comparison, this one's about half an acre, or it's certainly less. Is it about an acre? I think it's more like closer to a half an acre. So I don't know that it needs anything particularly grand. So maybe 10,000 is the lower end and 35 is the upper end, something in there. We can make it happen.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schrader.
Sorry, so if it was the $10,000 option, a little bit more of the budget option, would that be consistent with our other neighborhood parks or pocket parks, or are they kind of all different? I think it would be good to have an idea of how it would. I'm just more looking for consistency. I think consistency is important.
We've been trying to get away from what you saw as the Settlers Park sign, which used to be the standard. Those still exist in other small parks, but Seasons Park has had a significant upgrade. Chateau Park, Champion Park, Renaissance Park, all these have had recent significant upgrades as neighborhood parks. So the $35,000 budget would be much more in line with what we're moving to in those parks. And the $10,000 budget would be more in line with what exists in the parks that we haven't updated yet.
Steve, maybe chat about, I think part of the process may or may not be what the ultimate name for the park is. What would be the thought process on that as part of this component from your team?
Yeah. My first thought would be to try and come up with some potential names internally and work with the neighborhood, reach out to the HOA and see if there is something that everyone agrees on would be a good name, and then bring that forward to council with an official naming declaration. We can make that, broader and more, when we did Discovery Park, as example, we had a full-on public, and it makes me chuckle because Luke will remember, but one of the ones that was like number 3 down the list was Parky McParkface. And so you never know what you're going to get when you go through a true public process, but so I think I would try and come up with, a short list of names, work with the neighborhood and bring something forward to both the Parks Commission and the City Council would be my proposal for that.
Is that something you'd like to do this summer, this fall? And where I'm kind of going as council, one of the things we could do is we could just do a budget amendment potentially in the fall for the naming component after they've had time to right size and explore those options as compared to doing this or the other, just knowing if we want to move forward the playground at this point in time, that they can build this into a conversation with you all that wouldn't take effect until October.
Mr. Mayor and Council, if the council is amenable to knowing that, we could do this with a budget amendment, I just always worry about bringing forward budget amendments when we're able to talk about it in the budget hearing. But it is possible for us to make, this a fall activity, get some concepts and a budget for a concept and bring that back for a budget amendment discussion with an actual proposal.
Or just go to the higher point of 35,000, knowing that you'll see the concept before it's actually approved, if you don't want to do a budget amendment necessarily, which I know would make Todd happy, but we're always not about making Todd happy.
We can make it work either way.
Yeah. If you want to contemplate on that, we can go ahead and put a pin here and pick this up at 1 o'clock. Or do people want a full hour? Okay. All right, we will make it 50 minutes and come back at 12:45 for consideration on this and the rest of the items. And that way the team has an opportunity to do anything they need to do to get caught up on the next items. Debbie, hopefully that works for you to be back at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Then we will stand in recess till 12:45. right, council. We'll go ahead and start working our way back. So got our Parks Director, 6 council members, budget team. We are good to return. And we'll just kind of go back to where we were with the Tammy Street Park Playground. Last you heard, it was if we want to do this, do we want to include anything for naming or for signage in it for this upcoming year? And if so, how much? Or if not, would a budget amendment in the fall be an appropriate way to move forward? So we'll continue that with any thoughts or comments related to those items.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
thought a little bit about this at lunch, and, I think even keeping this in as a budget request, that may be a later conversation, but I think for at least today's purposes, leaving it in, letting the Parks Department, if this is approved, to move forward. If they need additional dollars for additional signage, they could come with a budget amendment in the fall when they've had some time to vet what the process is going to look like, what the naming is going to look like. I mean, we're not going to not do, to Councilmember Strader's point, we're going to be consistent with our other parks. I just think it's more of a matter of lining up the timing and the dollar request.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
so I guess a clarification, so that basically we're leaving 145,000 in there for the playground equipment and signage. Okay.
I think the playground is probably at that dollar figure. So I think if there's going to be signage, it will be a amount unless they get a discount somehow that frees up some money. But I think that was a pretty much what the dollar figure was expected for construction and purchase of that facility. Like I said, they can't do better, but
They're very good at that.
okay.
Thank you.
Anything else on that or move on to Wi-Fi? Okay. Thoughts on Wi-Fi? I guess I'd start with the question, do people think it makes sense to continue to invest in Wi-Fi in this 3rd regional park or not? Or do you feel like you need more time to even consider that question, let alone what year it should be in?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I'll just kind of start some of the discussion. I can certainly understand, and I appreciate the history on how it came about. I did not know any of the history or why we did it. It's kind of a nice amenity. I mean, I've used it myself when I've been at some of the parks. It just seems to me in a year when we are using fund balance to cover some expenses, when things are super tight, I just question whether some of these one-time expenses, even though I understand we can pay for them and there's a healthy fund balance to pay for some of these things, I just question the timing of them, not whether or not they're useful or not. I do appreciate Councilwoman Strader asking a few questions, like, is there a way to measure the metric of, is it worth doing? I don't know how you could actually really do that. It's a nice thing to have, but it's $200,000. I don't mind. I think it would be great to have Wi-Fi there. I imagine we will at some point. I raised it initially because I was sort of a broader question about, in this budget season, do we want to be asking for these one-time expenses that aren't critical to the services we provide? They're nice to have. I don't think we have there's not, as I understand it, and someone can correct me, there's no sort of strategic plan for this. It's just a nice thing to do, and we've done it to a couple other parks, and so we're kind of finishing it. Again, I don't object to any of that. I just call into question, like, is this the right time to do it? I know we can pay for it, but I raised it for the purpose of, it's a $200,000. That's a lot of money. It's for Wi-Fi. That's great, but it's $200,000 to put Wi-Fi in a park. If I send my kids to the park, they're not going to take their phone to play Brawl Stars. They're going to play without being connected to the internet. So again, to me, it's about more of, what are our priorities? Yes, we can pay for it, but I just question that from a stepping back, what it sort of represents to me. It's not a hill I'm going to die on whether or not to take that out. I just think I just think we should ask ourselves the question, is this the year to do something like that?
I know it's not for your kids, but what is your wife gonna do? What's she gonna stream? I'm kidding in that context. And just for your clarification, it is a tactic in the strategic plan. Again, not saying that that means we have to do something. Just want to point out it was put into the strategic plan and this was a continuation of that effort. But Councilman Cavanagh.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've been a big cheerleader of putting Wi-Fi in our parks. I think it's a good resource for our residents and our park visitors. But similar to like, I think some of my concerns about $18 million for the community center, while maybe potentially putting a levy on the ballot. This one may be just, again, if I'm a resident, I'm looking at it and saying, putting Wi-Fi in the park for $200,000, could they have asked for $200,000 less for a levy? Now, we all know the answer to that. I'm trying to look at it from folks who aren't here week in, week out and what they're seeing. I certainly think that it's, for me, putting Wi-Fi incliner should be a matter of when, not if. And again, I'm certainly not going to die on the hill that we should or shouldn't do it now. But I do think it's worth at least continuing the conversation. And maybe this is something that does drop off the budget. But if it does drop off the budget this year, it's not my plan that it drops off permanently. It's just maybe off for a year or two or three.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
I agree that I feel like the timing is not quite right on this. And I think it can be part of a journey that we do when we can. I don't know that this is a year to really go for this. I think, maybe holding off is important. And I think with the community center specifically, I think there is a challenge. I want to acknowledge that. I think there's a challenge around the optics of that. I don't think that's an insignificant concern. I always like to approach things with my constituents, just really giving them as much information as possible. I know that you all do too. I am hopeful that when our residents see that the community center is being paid for completely with impact fees from new development and that we have a plan to operate it with our existing staffing, that they'll understand that and be supportive of it. Because that for me was the biggest hurdle on that. With this one, I think part of my hangup is I can't really say that like 120 people using it in a month is like good usage that sort of justifies that cost. We could probably sit down and calculate, how much people are paying like per session of Wi-Fi or something. Like we probably could go and do that. I think some work around that. I don't think it has to be that excruciating level of detail, might be helpful for subsequent years. I think eventually we try to do this, but I agree it's not a huge priority right now. I think it's something that I personally think it's something that could wait a little bit. We could always do this, next year if we can afford to do so, but we have to have that discipline, I think, of what the right timing is for things. And that's kind of how we were looking at things in the CFP as well, was just really pushing on timing of each item. Is this the right time? I'm not sure that this is the right time for this.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
I personally like to wrap things up and put a pretty bow on them and set them aside and say, check, done. But if it's the will of the council to set it aside for a year so that we can get a prettier bow on it, great. But again, back to my earlier comment, this is part of, it's a tactic in the strategic plan. It was something that's been talked about. Prior councils have said, let's move in this direction, and we're 2/3 of the way there. I'm comfortable if the will of the council is to say, we'll get there. It just may not be this year. But I just wanted on the record to state that I like to stick with a plan. I like to get things done and check the box. So.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I'll make my comments real quick. I think it's been said over and over again, it's not a message of no, it's a message of not now. I don't think it's the right time. Setting this back is probably the best decision for us going forward.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Little Roberts.
I will agree with moving it, but I'm also truly wondering if it is an amenity we eventually need. I'm really kind of struggling with the usage not being great. So I think that a future time we can circle back around with, is it an amenity that we want to stick with the strategic plan, or is it kind of where it was kind of created in COVID? Is it something we really don't need now? But in the meantime, pushing it off, I'm fine with.
All right, well, with that, we will, that can be moved out a year for reconsideration for the group? Okay, all right. So next on the list, Debbie, I think that was personnel reclass.
So good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about the city's classification and reclassification process. To provide context, I'd like to begin with a brief history of how the plan came to be. The city's classification and compensation plan was developed over multiple years in partnership with our compensation consultant Gallagher and was implemented in FY24. Like all comp plans, it's a living, breathing document. And what that means is that as the city grows and as positions grow, we're going to review to make sure that they align with the operational needs of the departments. So classification reviews will be ongoing based on how positions changed with technology and with just the needs of departments. Positions are reclassified based on position description questionnaires. So employees, along with their supervisors, will fill it out. It talks about the education that's needed, some of the key important duties, how much decision-making they have, and then those are evaluated. And based on the results of that, they're assigned a position on the decision band method for pay. So if you look back at the history in FY24, the compensation plan was first developed at the city, and we started using it. Then in FY25, we had 26 reclassifications approved. In FY26, we have 33 requests for reclassifications, which have been approved. And a bulk of those are public works. And so why does that happen? Well, public works often recruits for license and certification positions. And those are challenging to hire, especially now with everything that's going on. And so to address that, Human Resource and Public Works have come up with a way to hire people at a lower licensure level, knowing that we get people in those positions so we can function, and then we reclassify them as they have the ability and the certification and experience required. So that's kind of a nutshell why we went from 33 seems like a lot. That's about 5% of our workforce. That said, it's something that we're going to continue to do. It's in our salary guidelines to review positions as 30% of the duties or more change. And so this is something we're committed to ensure that our pay aligns with the duties that the employees provide.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Debbie, thanks for kind of that overview. Help me understand, if I'm a city employee, I say, hey, I feel like that my duties have changed. Do I then go to my supervisor? Does a director say, hey, we're asking this employee to do more than we initially, so therefore we think we should make that request? Walk me through kind of that process, everything that leads up to this request being brought before council as part of our annual budget.
Mayor, Councilman Kavanagh, it can happen either of those two ways. It can be driven by an employee who feels like their position has changed. It can be driven by the director saying this position has changed. Now, of the 33 that we approved, not all of those, there were more than that. Some of those were not approved for reclassification. So it can be initiated either way. And then the form is filled out, it's reviewed by the supervisor, by the employee, and then it goes to the HR seniors for review. And we have a system in place, the HAY system, and so it assigns points based on things like knowledge, accountability, the impact to the city if the job's not done or if it's done incorrectly.
Mr. Mayor, maybe one more.
Councilman Counter.
Debbie, who ultimately decides if it's going to be approved or not? Is that a decision of you as the HR director? Is it the department director? Is it the mayor? Is it a combination? Help me understand.
It would go to the Human Resource Department and the seniors would look those over. They've gone through some training with Gallagher and we have kind of their decision band methodology. And so it's reviewed. If we had one that we were unsure of in the request for a change, we would ultimately send that to Gallagher for a second eyes on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
just kind of a quick question. So is the reclassification associated with the individual or the position? Because I'm just envisioning if someone were to leave, do we refill that person that at that level they were at, or you try to bring them in at a lower level and have them be trained up? So the person or the position we tie that to, if that makes sense.
Mayor, Councilmember Taylor, it's the position. So it's not the person that leaves, it's the needs of the department and what the position is needed to perform. And you will see if somebody's very good at their job, they may be allocated more duties, but we look at what's needed for the position, not the person in the position. And as positions become vacant, we submit a request to the directors to make sure that those positions still align with what's needed. So every time we have an open position, typically a director has looked at that to make sure it's still what's needed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
maybe asking almost the same question. So if there's 33 positions and all of them get reclassed up to that next level, it doesn't create any openings. You still have those 33 filled positions. And we're allowing ourselves to have enough flexibility between hiring and HR as we go forward, much like we would promote somebody to another position. We're promoting them in position as they get more certification.
Mayor, Councilmember Overton, specifically for Public Works, and they, I think, had 22 positions, I think, that were specifically that situation. It can be called an underfill, where we don't have applicants that can do the job at the certification level that we need. And so we underfill it and allow them to be able to get certification and licensure to be able to perform that job. But there is someone in that position. So a reclassification is typically when more duties are added at a higher level, not just, an easy one is if I dispatch calls and I dispatch 30 calls an hour and now all of a sudden I'm doing 45. That doesn't change the material job that I'm doing. I'm just busier. And I think sometimes people think if I'm busier, then I'm going to get reclassified. It's really about kind of the core functions of the job. Like I said, the know-how. Do you have to have a license? Do you have to have a bachelor's degree, an associate degree? What do you have to do the job? If I don't do the job or I do the job poorly, how does that impact the city, the department?
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilman Overton.
More of a comment, just to clarify where I stand. I think this is a very innovative idea in a market where we've talked before how tough it is sometimes to hire the right person. And I think it's pretty brilliant what you're doing to try to get somebody at that lower level and continue to keep them as our employee as we get them to the higher level of certification.
Council, anything else on the personnel reclassifications? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item, foregone. Councilman Schrader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just thought it would be good for us to all kind of pull up and have a discussion about this. The ability to preserve foregone revenue, we'll definitely talk about. This budget doesn't propose it. Obviously, we're considering a public safety levy, but I think it's important to acknowledge that that has not been formally moved forward at this point. We're still waiting to hear from the public. So I just thought it would be good for us to talk about how much we need to come up with for the SAFER grant in the future, what some of our projections are showing, and just kind of have an open conversation about where people's heads are at with this. So I think Todd and team have provided you have chart overload, but there are a couple charts. So you have a historical chart that has our new construction increase. And this syncs up with your second chart, which is the revenue forecast of new construction property taxes. So in FY '25, those numbers match up. So this should be about 1.3 plus million dollars. It's a little hard to see, but in the revenue forecast, the next couple of years, I think the next 5 years are relevant, would be in FY '26, they're projecting closer to the lower end of 1.3 million. In '27, it goes to 1.2 million. In '28, it goes to 1.1 million. In '29, it's around there. And I think by 2030, 2031, we're looking, if things played out the way that the growth committee expects, then we would be looking at perhaps even just under $1 million of new construction revenue. And I think that's significant in light of all that we're trying to accomplish, especially with our operating costs. So I just thought it was worth having a conversation. I think a question that I would have would be if something changed and the levy discussions did not move forward, would it be too late to put foregone revenue back in to the budget? Because I remember we usually start with the biggest number possible and then that number shrinks. And so I just wanted to understand, just from a process perspective, how does that levy process with the timeline there line up with this budget process?
Mr. Mayor, Liz, the levy rate vote, my understanding, would occur in November 2025. So we won't know the answer if we move forward with that until then. The city must establish its budget by the first week of September. So again, since the levy rate vote occurs after the September 1st levy for the fiscal '26 budget, you would then have to wait until September 2026 to get any foregone that if you're going after. So the timing wise, the levy rate vote in November does occur after any decisions for 2026. So we will have all of our decisions for 2026's budget done before your levy rate vote in November.
And I think I'm going to answer the question a little different, because this is why I think you maybe were also asking, is if on the 9th, if council, after the second public hearing, were to say, not move forward with the levy, there's still time to consider the foregone for this year. And while for the most part, my intention was, as we look at this list, to not do the budget meeting on the 14th, but if on the 9th, the council says no, I may want to have a conversation at that point in time about considering foregone for this year, looking at that scenario. So you have time on one hand, but it will be past the time if you want to wait to see how the outcome of the levy, obviously, for this budget year.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, that's helpful. That was actually what I was getting at, was if this was not proposed and then somehow the council decided after our public hearings not to move a levy forward, would it still be possible to consider this? Because I just take a huge step back, just tactically, and looking at this, right? I mean, and maybe this is a good time if you have the SAFER grant spreadsheet somewhere and you want to share, but we're trying to come up with over $3 million and we're running low on time. If a levy is successful, that solves that issue. But if it's not, it could take us longer to try to get to where we need to be, or we might have to consider alternatives, of course. There are many, but I just kind of thought it was good to level set about the timing of these things, and I view them as interrelated. I personally am pretty freaked out about some of the finances projections. We don't know what's going to happen. No one has a crystal ball. The growth committee doesn't have a crystal ball. Real estate's really cyclical. We know that things might change, but also with that compounded with the 389 bill and the fact that we're not taking the full construction revenue that we used to, really, if our construction revenues start to drop off a cliff, if that starts to really accelerate and get, again, still growing, but much, much slower, that's a huge change. And I think it would make it a challenge. So I was curious, what is the total amount of foregone that would be available? Is it similar to last year? Is it a different number? Help me understand that component as well.
Yeah, Mayor, or Liz, sorry, the amount I believe is about $500,000, even if you were to exercise the option to obtain foregone for 2026's budget.
The foregone balance is in the 4 million.
Balance is different, yes.
Yes, that's what over the lifespan moving forward, we have access to, but per year, you're closer to 500,000 that you can access per year.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
if you don't mind my asking, just maybe give a little bit of your thought process on pursuit of the levy, why you felt comfortable waiting on foregone this year and going through that process. And if you don't mind, just kind of how you're looking at that.
Yeah, well, since the levy was multifaceted and it's not just about the one, it's not just about trying to meet a safer grant outcome. And we also have the money from last year as well as 2 positions. So we've got 5 positions that are in there. I think part of my thought process, especially around this, was that, in order to still have a good, effective response force, 18 is the ideal number, but it's not the number that you necessarily need to have to run just a second engine or to run a alternative response vehicle. So I think there's question marks within there about what we could do at any given point in time. And there's, there is next year's budget as well that you could still capture additional foregone if that was the way the council wanted to go. There's also like I said, we didn't add new positions this year. Next year is a different budget. What will the money look like? So there are some calculated risks in some of these questions, but I didn't feel like that they needed to go hand in hand this year. I feel comfortable and confident this community is going to step up and support the levy. I really do. Nobody wants to be on the wrong side of a loser, right? Nobody. If I didn't think that this had a good chance of being accepted by the community, I never would have put it forward. I never would put this as an option. Even when I accepted the SAFER grant, this levy was identified as one of the ways in which we would potentially fund those positions. So with that in mind, I didn't think it was necessary or appropriate to put foregone into the base for this year's conversation. So I feel like if we're going to ask for some, you might as well ask for all instead of some in this case, because it still is achieving an outcome. Now, if you want to go a different route and just take the SAFER out of the levy altogether and just try to pursue other funds for that, I mean, I guess that would be a different conversation. I'm not sure where the council would come out on that conversation. If you were to say, well, we just want to not put it in and just try to do foregone for the next 2 years or 3 years to pay for that, that would be an approach. But I think that's, in the conversations I've had with council through the winter and into the spring, I felt like this is what I was hearing from majority of council, that they thought that because this is enhancing the number of, keeping an enhanced number of firefighters, enhancing our service that we get for prosecution, and increasing the pay for our sworn officers, that asking the residents on whether or not they would like that level wasn't appropriate. And because we always have the option, as the chief and I have stated and clearly communicated with the fire department local, that we can attrition these down as retirements happen, and we don't have to grow our revenue to achieve that outcome. So it's almost, in a lot of ways, it's the same conversation as the Wi-Fi. We're going to get there. The only question is when and how. And it may take us 5 years longer than we would want to get up to 4-person staffing or a full 18 firefighters. But we have ways to get there and we have runways. We're just asking the community right now on what's the best runway to get there.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, that makes some sense to me. I think part of it is that the foregone balance that is available is large enough to cover it. So theoretically, over time, that's available. I do remember last year, the foregone obviously being such a painful conversation for us to have, and all of us saying, we've got to have a better way of doing this. It would be better to just directly ask the voters the question. And I think that makes some good sense to me. I guess my request would be, if the levy is not moving forward for some reason at the end of our public hearings, I would have a really hard time approving a budget that did not, at least look at this. And I think we should revisit that conversation, just because I think we have to have a path toward paying for this one way or another. And just looking at Todd's numbers, I mean, it is concerning. Some of the changes, like Bruce stepped up in a big way as a leader to eliminate frozen positions. I think that's huge. I know, there have been different discussions about different paths of reviewing our permitting fees, things like that. I think all those things, we keep moving those forward. That's totally fine. But if for some reason, we change directions in a big way and are not pursuing the levy, I think we would really have to revisit this, I guess would be my feedback.
And I'm gonna put words in Todd's mouth because he said, but he would be supportive of us taking foregone irregardless of the positions or the levy, just to meet the replacement number to help build upon that with ongoing revenue in that context. So, point taken, whether it moves forward or not, I would suggest that we do have a conversation at the appropriate time if necessary, if the council doesn't move the levy forward. That way we can discuss the ongoing components and how we feel comfortable knowing, okay, what's going to take time and what's more immediate.
Thanks, Mayor. No, I appreciate you having this discussion. I just think it's always better to just have a discussion together. It's a big deal. It's a weighty topic, and I know there are a lot of strong feelings both directions. So I appreciate you just kind of having an open conversation with it about where your head's at, why you approached it this way. I think to the extent that a levy is successful, obviously it would be transformative and pretty multidimensional for us. If it did not, we're looking at a pretty big crunch. So that's good that you're thinking of alternatives. Thank you.
Any additional comments from the rest of the body at this time on this topic? Okay, well, the parking lot is effectively cleared then. Yes. I guess the question that I would now pose is, do we need to maintain the July 14th conversation, or if we need additional conversations, can we just add those on to city council meetings moving forward in the month of July?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
I see this as largely a maintenance budget. I commend you and the staff and the team for bringing forward something that was, for the most part, pretty much just focused on maintaining the services that we need and for just adding some capacity where it was needed. It seems to me like we would not need that additional meeting. If there's an issue here and there, we could address it in a workshop or an evening in a hearing. So for the most part, again, I came into it, not a lot of new stuff to really discuss. I think we've vetted it out pretty well. So from my opinion, I don't think we would need an additional time for this budget discussion. We could probably handle it as needed.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I tend to agree with Councilmember Taylor, so I may propose kind of a hybrid solution, which is, at least for today, keeping the July 14th hearing on our calendar, giving us a couple weeks to work through workshop. I honestly don't feel like that we aren't going to need it, but I want to give everybody a little bit of time and space to process today. maybe ask some follow-up questions if needed. And then here in a week or two, if everybody's feeling confident, then we would just put a notice out that we would cancel the July 14th. Does that work for, I know we've got one council member who's going to be absent that day. I want to commend us as a body working through some of the harder questions today. And Mary, appreciate you encouraging us to double down and not walk away early and come back and refocus on some of the stuff so we can get some of these questions answered. I don't think that we need it, but I'm a little hesitant to just immediately cancel it today.
That's fine as well, you know, see what articulates over the next little bit. And again, we may want to just wait until after the July 9th
That's
city council meeting to fully make a determination, but that would be the time to make the announcement, in my opinion.
Same.
If that works for everybody. Okay. Not to, hopefully, no one was planning on us canceling that to take a vacation from the team. No, I think we're good. Okay. All right. Well, with that, we've reached the general end of our meeting. Is there further discussion or comments from the team? Again, a lot of head shakes.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
would just like to compliment the finance team. I thought they did a nice job of getting us prepared and getting us here. And it's not easy putting all this together, and there are a lot of moving pieces, and you have to keep updating it and updating the numbers, but I appreciate their professionalism and getting us all the information in a timely manner this year. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cowder.
likewise, want to thank our directors and staff. They got full days with lots going on in our community, and for them to give up 3/4 of an afternoon to sit in here with us to answer any questions is appreciated. If there's no other comments, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move that we adjourn the budget workshop.
Second.
I have a motion second to adjourn. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Right?
Opposed, nay. Guys have it. We are adjourned.